Good Morning Namibia, right to your national broadcaster. My name is Lord Ndavanamata, and it's a pleasure to be in your company this morning.
A very good morning to you, Namibia. My name is Nicole van Wyk, and yes, it is a pleasure to be in your company this morning. We definitely have, that is a jam-packed show for you in terms of what is transpiring this morning, in terms of the procession, in terms of, what is happening, what you can expect also on the roads as you proceed during the course of the day. But Lot and I will be here guiding you, informing you as we go. We'll be doing a lot of crossing over as well to Blanche. Gora says was also standing by so we can find out what is happening at the State House this morning. What we do know, Lot, is at 6:20 this morning. President Angolan will be receiving, that is, the remains of the late founding father. All right, that is a 20 past scheduled for this morning at 6:20. So in terms of what else can the nation also expect this morning, Lot?
Indeed, noting that after the ceremony at State House, processions will obviously continue going through our Blick Street, Robert Mugabe, Janjoger, as well as Dr. Sam Nujoma Drive, and then all the way to Dr. Nuyoma's private residence in Aves before proceeding to that Hosea Kutako International Airport, where we know his body is due, or his remains is due to be flown to the northern side, so that the commencement of this regional mournings and memorial services will obviously start. But I think what is also worth noting is to say that yesterday, the residents at his residence, the last non-official memorial service. We know it's a government program. Government has taken over the memorial service since sometime last week. But the last one in Windhoek, where it is the residence, the last one was held yesterday, that being the 19th, and we saw tributes coming from his former security personnel, also the tributes coming from his grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and obviously the children, as well as some of those that work closely with him at the same Nujoma presidency during the first 15 years of Namibia's independence, as well as office of the founding president. Yeah,
correct. It actually takes me back to what Comrade John Nauta was saying. There was one particular one that the founding father was described as a very hard-working individual. And I remember he said that this one time he was summoned to the office at 2 a.m. But it's the manner in which he also conveyed when he's like, he could not, he's like, at 2 o'clock he was summoned. And that's when his realization also kicked in that the founding father is a very hard-working man. And mind you, coming to work at 2 a.m., but you still have to be in the office at 8 a.m., So it is very interesting, like you said there, for the former personnel, Ambassador Jerobium Shanika also speaking, the grandchildren, 24 grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren, describing him as a very loving granddad. Tony also spoke, the minister also spoke, saying he was a doting dad, devoted husband. And these are the things that we, love to hear, because he was our person, but we never really saw that side, you know what I mean, as a family man. So they definitely brought that out last night as well, Lot. So, thank you for touching on that as well.
One of the issues I think that I picked up from yesterday was the fact to say that he was a consequential president, in a sense that, even from Minister Tony Nuyoma's side of point of view, is that the nation appeared to have more access to him than him having access to his own father. First, he was more of a commanding officer than being a father. And obviously those challenges that they're experiencing, it's a founding president and father of the Namibian nation. So definitely quite interesting times that you're hearing there from the speeches being given. But I think the one with John Nautawa indicated that being someone at 2 o'clock in the morning to start writing and working towards finishing where others wavered their official autobiography. It's quite interesting to say that you're someone at 2 o'clock, you're finishing at 6 o'clock, but yet at 8 o'clock you're still expected to be in
the office at 8.
But the one that was quite interesting from Ambassador Shanika was the fact that they had an official state event, and then the power, apparently, allegedly it was deliberate, human-induced activity, sabotage, and then they had to ensure that they had a backup generator moving forward, just to ensure that, activities could not be disturbed, when the founding father of the Namibian nation, obviously went into the office of the presidency the earlier years of independence. So quite an interesting legacy and rich history that he leaves behind. And it's been a privilege, I think, to have lived in a time where he was also alive.
Absolutely. And I was also saying the other day to Deshishi, it's also having to appreciate whatever encounter, if we were ever so lucky to actually encounter our founding president, whether it was just in passing, and that in that manner, or actually engaging. I think it's like you said,
he's the last icon among his groups within SADC.
Yes.
I mean, the rest have passed on. Yeah. He's the last one. Yeah. I think Namibia, as the late Dr. Gengobo always say, it's always about institutions, systems, and ensuring that you are able to live and to continue. And I think this is exactly what they wanted us to have to say. Even though we are no longer here, I think you can still continue to be able to proceed. And I think that's what will make them proud.
Most definitely, and it is a life that we are celebrating we are celebrating it here. And also, just to add on to, in terms of the procession and what we can expect also, an estimated time of arrival that is at the Andimba Yatoivo Airport in Ondangwa will be around 12 p.m. also this afternoon. That is, and then we'll proceed. That is, let me just get this straight. Procession will then move through Ondangwa, Omlala, Ongwediva, Oshakati, and Onanda to Okahau, and then to that is Etunda, where the body will lie in state as well, from this evening from 6 p.m. until tomorrow morning 6 a.m. That is also happening here.
Key emphasis is to note that the first regional memorial will be taking place today in Etunda at exactly 14:30 hours, once that procession coming all the way from Andiba Toivo Airport, passing through Ondangwa, Malala, Ongwediva, as Nicole indicated. So that is the first regional memorial that will be taking place. That's in Omsati region at Etunda, specifically in Onganjera. Now, the focus of that memorial service is to accommodate those that are living within Omsati, as well as the Kunene region. We saw yesterday that the governor of Omsati region, Agenius Njala, indicating that they are expecting approximately 60,000 mourners to be able to come and participate. But we know that others obviously have been gathering there since last week, also having their memorials, although not officially government ones, but have also possibly just be a continuation. But we can anticipate that a lot of people might be able to attend, since that it's both Kunene and Omsati regions that are being catered for this regional memorial that will be taking place today.
Oh, certainly, thank you for that lot. And then also, just to remind you, or rather, just in terms of in terms of what you can expect here happening in the capital, also traffic. It will be a little bit busy. The road to the airport, that is from this morning 7 a.m. until at least 11 a.m. So we do ask you just to practice patience during this process. Is a very important time, obviously, for us. So we just would like for you to practice patience. So again, that will be from 7 a.m. this morning until 11. So that road between Windhoek and the Hosea Kotako Airport will also be a little bit congested.
If you have seen before, yesterday there were some drills that were taking place. I know it was so good to hear that the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Franz Kapoff, indicating that they are indeed ready to host this funeral of the founding president, father of Namibian nation. I know he talked about the fact that, have to bury a head of state. As a matter of fact, the sitting head of state last year, the late Dr. Gingop, they had received assistance. But this time around, he indicated that they've learned from their counterparts of the system. But this time around, they are definitely ready to ensure that, they will manage the whole process.
That's also very good to hear. Now, in terms of also, we have the show will continue, but will be business here as usual. So we have actually invited here this morning the head of public relations at the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs, that is Colonel Pietro Shilumbo, and he will help us understand, that is, the commencement of the regional memorial services, the processions, and also, all the additional information, I beg your pardon, that we need to know about, how certain thing works, and there's certain protocols that also have to be observed during this time. So he will elaborate for us on that.
Furthermore, now veteran of the liberation struggle and producer and presenter for Voice of Namibia, Salome Kampala, will equally be joining us to talk to us about the role of the Voice of Namibia that played in the era towards the fight for independence of Namibia.
So, yeah, there you have it. That is what you can expect. In the meantime, we will return, that is, with some news headlines, and we definitely will be keeping you up to date of what is happening, as well as we have a team also standing by, that is in Ondangwa, that will also be briefing us. But for now, we'll be back after the break.
Now, leading the news headlines this morning, founding President Dr. Sam Nuyoma's legacy should be kept alive through storytelling and preservation of culture. Now, these sentiments were shared by two veterans of the Namibian film industry during the founding's remembrance interviews on NBC. Now, expanding on the quote by the founding president, a nation rooted in culture and tradition will always grow and unite. Now, Vixon Angola and Armas Shivute believe that the founding president was a storyteller and a passionate about the country's history.
Also this morning, the Prime Minister has urged Namibians to strive for better services in the country in honor of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma, who persisted and succeeded in security freedom for the country. Sarah Kukongelwa Madila mentioned this during a candlelight vigil at the OPM's head office that was in the capital on Tuesday. Kukongelwa Madila noted that the late Nujoma endured suffering but never gave up. A number of mourners gathered at the office of the Prime Minister to celebrate the life of the late leader. The gathering was held to honor the late leader's commitment to the country's freedom and his efforts to foster growth in various sectors such as health and education.
Now, the Somali government has launched a climate action education initiative to equip young people with knowledge and skills to address climate change. Now, the program will integrate climate change into the education system and foster collaboration between institutions and communities for sustainable action. CGTN Africa has more.
The impact of climate change has disrupted education for more than 40 million children around the world. About 40,000 of them are in Somalia. A joint initiative by the Somali government and partners, UNICEF and the East African Regional Bloc IGAD, will bring climate change education to schools and communities. According to the IGAD Center of Excellence for Climate Change Adaptation and Environmental Protection, the program will expand to other countries in the region, bearing the brunt of climate change-related shocks. Integrating the climate change education into the national curriculum will go a long way in educating thousands of students and their communities on preserving the ecosystem, thereby reducing the impact of climate change on their lives. The impact of climate change-related shocks in Somalia has disrupted education, leaving thousands of children unable to return to schools.
I look at your weather here this morning. Now, heavy storms are expected in the Kavango East and Zambezi regions this weekend or persisting in the coming days with flash floods. So let us please take the necessary precautions during this time. Looking at your interior, will be partly cloudy and hot in the southwest and extreme west. Elsewhere, partly cloudy and hot with a few thunder showers, but isolated thunder showers in the Zambezi region. In the coast, will be partly cloudy with mild to warm fog patches. As for the wind, it will be blowing moderate northwesterly to southwesterly. The tides in Walvis Bay, our very first high tide, we can expect that at 7:38, and then a low tide that is at 13:53, and then another high tide at 13 minutes past 8 o'clock this evening. Sunrise is expected at 6:43, and then expected to set at 27 minutes past 7 o'clock this evening. Let's look at those minimum and maximum temperatures in a town near you.
Welcome back. Now to give us a traffic update this morning, we're joined by Sergeant Ngobiso Shipanga from that is Community Policing and Public Relations Section from the City Police. Good morning, Sergeant, and welcome to German.
Good morning, Lot. Good morning to the viewers, and thank you for having us once again.
It's over to you.
All right, starting with the western suburbs, the intersection of Enyas Pitananyemba Street and Reverend PG Karoria Street is still off. That is in the western suburbs. We still have road closures, Abraham Masheho Street, Unimatikizela Mandela Road, portions between Enyas Pitananyemba and Clarios Kandovatu. So do look out for that if you are in that part of the city. We also have Enyas Pitananyemba Street, Enyas Pitananyemba Street and Omulunga Street. Still closed, so to look out for that as well. The eastern side of the city, the intersection of Reverend Michael Scott Street and Sam Nujoma Drive is totally off. We also have the road closures on the slipway into Hosia Kutako Drive from Independence Avenue, as well as Casinos Street, still closed in the eastern side of the city, so to look out for that. Extra information regarding road closures: there is a temporary road closure that is on Independence Avenue, the portion between Pullman Street and Edna Street, which is closed due to the procession of the late founding president. That is between now and probably 7 o'clock before they kick off to the side of the airport. So to those heading to the side of the airport, the international airport, do look out for delays. That is between 7 and 11 this morning. Just plan your trip accordingly, because you will be met with this procession of the late founding president. No accidents and no obstructions have been reported at this hour. However, as we always say, if you do come across any, please do alert us so we can be able to arrest the situation on the ground as soon as possible. Our message of the day is centered around the issue of taxis today. We are administering around over 6,000 taxis that are registered within the city. And we keep on facing challenges here and there, and they are of the same, make the issue of the registration certificate. Our taxi operators are failing to renew them or are failing to get them in the first place. Over the past few days, we have issued numerous fines in terms of the registration certificate, what is known as the blue paper. So we would really like to remind the taxi operator, let's do the right thing in this regard. Renew that blue paper. It is $60 to renew. If you have issues, sort them out. And let's get back on the road so that you do not have to deal with us fining you 1,000 Namibian dollars. You see the discrepancy there, Lot. $60, 1,000. So let's just sort it out. And of course, I always want to remind our public about the issue of warrants. We are still on the ground with our warrant of arrest operation, and on a daily basis we are arresting people. So let's try by all means to sort that out. Make sure that you call our office, that is on 061-290-2015. That is the office of the warrants, to find out as to where you stand regards the warrants of arrest. And let's find a way to sort it out. And of course, if you meet us on the road without you having sorted it out, you do face arrest. So let's sort it out. And for any other information that you want to share with us, we are reachable on 061-302-302, or you can text us on 4444. That is all from us this morning.
Well, Sergeant Shipanga, thank you very much for making time to speak to us this morning.
Thank you so much, Lot.
Okay. Now, that was Sergeant Ngobiso Shipanga from Community Policing and Public Relations Section talking to us about traffic and road conditions matters within the city. Stay tuned. Good Morning Namibia continues with more conversations shortly.
Welcome back to the show. Now, today marks the commencement of the regional memorial services and processions in honor of our founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Now, this is a very profound moment and a significant one, a time for Namibians to pay tribute to the life, the legacy, and immeasurable contributions of a leader who dedicated his entire being to the liberation, to the development, and to the unity of this country. Now, from Etunda in the Umsati region, where his journey began, to the final resting place at the Heroes Acre in Windhoek. The regional memorial services will also take place as follows. We will go in depth, but we will start off, as we mentioned earlier, in the Umsati region. That is at Nujoma's homestead at Etunda. That will be today all the way through to the Ohangwena region. We will definitely continue to give you an update of where exactly. Then also to the Kavango East region. And not forgetting the Zambezi region will also be part of the procession order, and then also the Irongo region, and then Khomas region. No, not forgetting the Klaras region as well, and then back to the Khomas region, and then the final resting place will be at the National Heroes Acre, as we have said, on the 1st of March. Now, in a few minutes, President Angolan Bumba will receive, that is, the remains of Dr. Nujoma in a special ceremony at State House. Now, to take us through and help us understand the significance of this procession and what it symbolizes, we have the pleasure of welcoming, that is, the Ministry of Defence and Veteran Affairs Head of Public Relations, that's Colonel Petrus Shilumbu. A very good morning, Colonel. How are you this morning?
Good morning to you and good morning to Namibia.
I think as a very good start to this conversation, I think maybe you can start telling us and our viewers, the significance, what the significance is of this national procession, for the late Dr. Sam Nujoma, not only in his capacity as a national leader, but as the former commander-in-chief of, the National Defence Force, and also the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, before independence. Talk to us about this, please.
The state funeral for His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, the father of the Namibian nation and the first president of the Republic of Namibia, and also the first commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defence Force, is a dignified event to honor the leader whose vision and leadership were crucial to the country's liberation and independence. Therefore, the Namibian Defence Force has been entrusted with a task for planning and carrying out the state funeral arrangements in a way that honors this national icon, his great legacy, as the nation gets ready to say goodbye to him. Yes.
We briefly mentioned the regional memorial services. We just lightly touched on it. But can you outline the official procession arrangement that is for the regional memorial services that starts officially today?
As we are all aware that the casket is leaving Windhoek to Ndangwa, this procession will kick off now at 06:25. Whereby the casket is expected to arrive at State House, and the chief military mourner, who is the Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinyas, the chief of the Defence Force, is leading the procession to State House, where he will hand over the casket to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Angolan Bumba, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force. He is going to receive the casket at State House. Immediately after that, what will happen, the Commander-in-Chief will command the parade attention. He will bring the parade on attention, and then a minute of silence will be observed at State House. After that, the Commander-in-Chief is going to proceed to the casket, accompanied by the chief mourner, who is the chief of the Defence Force, and receive the casket. Later on, the director of ceremony, in this case is Brigadier General Philemon Hidimonjila Shafashike, will do his remarks or deliver his remarks, and then the ND of chaplain will read a short scripture. Then after that, the CDF or the chief mourner, the chief military mourner, will request the Commander-in-Chief, in this case, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, permission to take the casket to the regions and invite also His Excellency at the same time to join the ceremonial procession from State House to the airport. But before they reach the airport, they have to pass the residence of the late President, His Excellency Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma, at Aves. At Aves, the casket will be handed over to the family for 1 hour. And then after 1 hour, it will be again handed over to the military to escort the casket to the airport. Upon arrival at the airport, there will be a silent guard whereby the silent guard will give a respect and honor to the casket as it board the aircraft. Our own aircraft from Namibian Air Force, which is a Y9E aircraft, air transport aircraft, will then take off at 10:30 to Ondangwa, and it is expected to arrive at Ondangwa by 12 o'clock. And then immediately at Andiba Toivo Airport, that is now in Ondangwa, the procession will kick off on your way to Etunda. And then there are now legs between leg 1, leg 2. So the first leg is expected to kick off immediately from 12 o'clock to 12:18. That is now the leg between Andiba Toivo Airport and Omalara. And then we are expecting the procession to pass Omalara to Ondangwa by 12:18 to 12:30. That is our second leg. Our third leg, from 12:30 to 12:45, it will pass Ondangwa to Oshakati. And then from 12:45 to 13:48, this will be the fourth leg between Oshakati to Onanda Junction, proceeding to Etunda. And then 13:48 to 14:30, that is when we expect the procession to pass Onanda Junction to Etunda. Exactly at 14:30, we expect the casket to arrive at home at Etunda, and then the memorial service will immediately kick off.
Thank you so much, Colonel. Let's talk about the expected participation protocols for the members of the public. I think this conversation cannot go without us touching on this. It's very important. What is expected of them for the people, the mourners who wish to obviously pay their respects, including for the overnight laying in state? What is expected protocols there?
What we expect from the public is to line up along the road from the airport, Ondangwa, until at Etunda. We have a big number in all the regions, and we expect that these numbers will be lining along the road, waving to the casket and saying goodbye to their president, the first president of the Republic of Namibia. We are not expecting anyone to cross the roads at that specific time, because anything can happen and the procession cannot be stopped. So we request the public to be very, very cautious whenever they hear the silence of the traffic, and also to just respect in a way that they can remember the legacy of His Excellency, the President. And also, we also expected them to turn in big numbers at Etunda, not only Etunda, in all the regions where the memorial service is going to take place. So it is very, very important that members of the public should give the right of way also, especially those drivers in the regions, whenever they see that the procession it's approaching, they should stop and respect the procession to take place, and everything will be in order. And the law and order will also be maintained, because the law enforcement agencies and other stakeholders are also on the ground to make sure that at least law and order is being maintained throughout the procession in the whole country, wherever this casket is going to be transported to those respective regions that are designated to host the memorial services.
Thank you so much for that elaborative contribution as well, Colonel. Now, also just to get back to some of the coordination and stuff, perhaps you can give us an overview of the role of the Namibian Defence Force, in coordinating and executing events of this nature.
What I can tell is that our preparation as a defense force, we are committed to honor the late Dr. Nujoma, his contribution to Namibia's independence, and celebrating his legacy as a founding father. The NDF has committed about 5,000 NDF members from the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy for the state funeral. And they are tasked to ensure that the smooth conduct of the street lining, the escort, security, and the overall logistics support. As I have mentioned earlier, that there will be street procession and regional memorial services. The events will take place from today, the 20th, to the 26th February 2025. In Omsati region, which is combined with part of Kunene region, Ohangwena, it's combined with Oshana and part of Oshikoto region. Ochodonjupa is combined with part of Oshikoto region. Kavango East is combined with Kavango West. Then Zambezi region. Then we have Aras combined with part of Hartap, and finally we also have Erongo combined with part of Kunene region.
Colonel, thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate you being here. We'll probably touch base with you a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Namibia, thank you very much for staying with us. We have a lot more to communicate with you here this morning, but Lot is standing by with another conversation. Thank you for staying with us. We'll be back.
Now, if you're just joining us, you're seeing those visuals coming from State House as the proceedings in terms of the procession there of the arrival of the remains of Dr. Sam Sabishuna Nujoma, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation. And we're still joined in studio, that is by Colonel Petros Chilumbu, who is the head of public relations at the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. So, Colonel, what are we seeing there in terms of those visuals? What does that mean?
Well, for a state funeral, it makes provision for the casket to be carried on a gun carriage, which is a symbolic of the value of the state funeral, plus also the number of gun salutes to be fired in honor of the late President Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. So what you have now, or the visuals that are on your screen, it's a MKK APC 4x4 that is pulling the gun carriage, and then the formation, it was NAMPOL and City Police leading as sweepers in front, and then we had 6 by Army Provost motorbikes, and then we have 2 by Army Provost vehicles, and then we also had 2 by armed personnel carrier as forward protection. And then we had also an NBC OB where all the media houses journalists will be taking or recording visuals. And then we have the NDF chaplain in a jeep. And then we have the bearers and pallbearers. And then we have the chief of the defense force, as I mentioned earlier, that he is the chief military mourner. And then we'll have 2 armed carrier as rear protection. And then again we'll have NAMPOL and City Police behind them. So what we are expecting now, we are expecting the Commander-in-Chief who is going to receive the casket.
Yes, Colonel, I'm going to have to interrupt you. We're being told that the guard of honor procession is currently taking place, and that we're expecting for the official program to start at State House. We'll be now crossing over, that is to the colleagues at State House, to take it over from there.
Your Excellency, you have to order parade attention and a minute of silence.
Let us all remain standing and observe a solemn 4 minutes of silence. All parade attention!
Let us be seated. Excellency Dr. Nangola Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, the First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Mbumba, Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President of the Republic of Namibia, and former First Lady, Madam Pohamba, Honorable Franz Kapofi, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Honorable Christine Wabes, Minister in the Presidency, Director General, National Central Intelligence Service, the Governor of Commerce Region, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Phineas, Chief of the Defense Force, Ambassador Grace Ushona, the Executive Director in the Office of the President, senior government officials, staff members, members of the media here present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Brigadier General Hidimonjila Shafashike, and I have the solemn responsibility of serving as the director of this occasion, as we gather to pay tribute to the leader whose impact on our nation will remain everlasting. The program of this short occasion will proceed as follows. There will be a prayer by the Namibia Defense Force chaplain. Thereafter, the Chief of the Defense Force will request permission from the President to commence with a procession to the regions and inviting the President to join the procession to the residence of the late His Excellency Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma. Thereafter, it will be followed by a guard of honor and the playing of a melody, and then the procession will commence. Your Excellency and distinguished monarchs across all regions of Namibia, today we gather not only to mourn, but to honor the life and legacy of a true revolutionary leader, the late His Excellency Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma, and the founding father of the Namibian nation. He passed away on the 8th of February 2025, leaving behind a legacy defined by his unwavering commitment to Namibia's liberation struggle and independence. His vision and leadership laid the foundation of our free and sovereign nation. The significance of a state funeral led by the Namibia Defense Force is profound, as it is the highest honor that can be bestowed upon a leader of Dr. Nujoma's stature. As the first Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defense Force, he shaped our defense force into a force of national unity and the pride of Namibia. His leadership extended beyond the liberation struggle era, established the principle of peace, stability, and national building that guide us today. This state funeral conducted by the Namibia Defense Force signifies more than just a military tribute. It also reflects our national commitment to honor his contribution and sacrifice. Your Excellency, this military procession is a testament of the unforgettable mark that Dr. Nujoma left on every Namibian. It also represents the coordinated effort by the arms of services of the Namibia Defense Force, standing in unison, symbolizing the strength and unity he fostered as a Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defense Force. By following the protocols surrounding such occasion, we not only acknowledge his exceptional role as the founding father of Namibia, but also offer solace to his family and comfort to our nation as we collectively face his loss. To this end, Your Excellency, I want to indicate that sanctioning the commencement of the route procession and regional memorial services provide an opportunity for Namibians across all 14 regions to pay their last respect, express their gratitude, and bid farewell to their revolutionary leader who led us to freedom. May the journey of our founding father be peaceful, his memory eternal, and his revolutionary spirit continue to guide the future of our nation. Your Excellency, with your permission, I now invite Wing Commander Takuheke, the Namibia Defense Force chaplain, to lead us in a prayer. I thank you, Your Excellency. Chaplain.
Let us read and pray. Our scripture reading is from the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verses 1 through 3. Do not be worried and upset, Jesus told them. Believe in God and believe also in me. There are many rooms in my Father's house, and I am going to prepare a place for you. I would not tell you this if it were not so. And after I go, I prepare a place for you, I will come back and take you to myself so that you will be where I am. These are our words of comfort and hope. As a nation, we gather here today as a country, seeking comfort, hope, and joy in the midst of the storms of this life. It is in such moments we need assurance, a whisper of hope, and something to hold on to. We may not understand why things happen the way they are, but we trust that God is with us, and He will somehow bring good out of most of the painful circumstances of our life. Let us bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we gather here as a nation to mourn and bid farewell to our beloved leader one last time, and celebrate the life he had here on earth. We thank you for each precious moment and memories we have had with him. His life touched so many in so many different ways. We pray that your peace and your presence will be upon us during this time, and remind us always of your love, care, and your grace. We pray all this in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Let's all rise.
President of the Republic of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. I, Air Marshal Martin Kabulu Phineas, Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, request your permission, sir, to proceed to the region for route processions and memorial services, and invite you to join the ceremonial procession from the State House to the residence of the late His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, we may now join the procession. And this marks the end of the program at the State House. We thank you.
Welcome back. Now, the procession and the official program in terms of State House has come to an end. Colonel, you were indicating that they were a bit ahead of time. Is in terms of the programming, are you happy with how the procession took place at State House?
Yes, they are ahead of the time because they're supposed to leave State House 7:15. So they are very, very ahead. And we expect them now to depart from State House to the residence of the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, where they are expected to arrive there by 7:40. That's 20 minutes to 8. And the casket will be there for 1 hour. Now, maybe I should talk about the formation of the whole procession from State House up to Hosea Kutako International Airport. We'll have NAMPOL and City Police leading in front as leading vehicles playing the role of sweepers. And then they will be followed by the 6 provost motorbikes. And these 6 motorbikes will be followed by provost vehicles. Those are the military police. And then you have forward protection armed personnel carriers, which will be 2. And then you bring in now the OB, where the media is. And immediately after the OB, you will have the chaplain jeep, and then the gun carriage, which is now carrying the casket of the late His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. And then you have the vehicle carrying the bearers. After that, it will be followed by the pallbearers. The pallbearers will be followed by former President Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba. And then you have the Commander-in-Chief, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. And then you have the Chief Military Mourner, that is the Chief of the Defense Force, Air Marshal Martin Kambolo Phineas. And then you have the family, the vehicle with the family. And then you have the VIP protection. You have the VIP protection, since we have the dignitaries in the procession. And then you have the rear protection, which are also 2 by APCs. APCs armed personnel carriers. And then again, after the rear protection, you have city police again and Nampol. And then the whole procession will continue now to Avis.
Okay.
Yes.
We understand now the fact now that His Excellency has received the remains of the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. The procession will make its way through the streets of Windhoek, as you indicated, all the way to his Avis residence before departing to, that is Hosea Kutako International Airport. And one key thing we're seeing that you're mentioning is that you talked about a chief military mourner, which is the chief of the defense force. And at the same time, we know that we have a chief mourner who is the head of state. Maybe just for the context of those that are watching, what is the difference between the two?
The chief mourner is the president, the head of state. But on the military side, you have a chief military mourner. You saw him requesting the permission from the president. As a chief military mourner has a responsibility now to take that casket to all those regions, because His Excellency is not going. So the chief mourner has that responsibility of taking the casket to the regions and return it back to Windhoek, to the capital, without any disturbance, without anything happening to the casket. It is his responsibility, it is on his shoulder, with his men and women in uniform, to make sure that that casket comes back to Windhoek.
The same way it left.
The same way it left State House. And then when he comes back at the airport again, we are expecting the chief mourner now, His Excellency, the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, to receive the casket again at the airport. And then the procession will now kick off in Commerce region. So as of now, they are just leading to the residents in Avis. Yeah. So we are expecting them to arrive there by 7:40.
7:40. Now, we do understand earlier in your conversation with my colleague Nicole is the fact that you talked about the founding president, father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma, will be flown on, that is Shanghai, that is Y9E military aircraft with a registration number of NAF 962, that is from Ondangwa all the way to, from Windhoek all the way to Ondangwa. Yes. So let's talk about that, the fact that, is there a specific reason as of why the founding president is being flown in a military aircraft, and what does that signify?
Since the Namibian Defense Force was entrusted to make all this preparation, it is also their responsibility to make sure that they transport whatever means they are going to use. to get the casket to the regions. And this time around, our own Namibian Air Force Y9E aircraft is one of our latest air assets. This is a medium transport aircraft, and it can also be used as a VIP aircraft or a cargo. It can be converted as a cargo or a VIP aircraft. This will be its first mission in Namibia, airlifting the remains of our first president and commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force, who also at the same time commissioned the Air Force in March 2005.
Colonel, I just have to cut you short. We'll be back with you shortly, but we're crossing over to our colleague who's at State House. That's Blanche Colossus, who is ready to give us an update. Blanche, good morning to you and the team at State House. It's over to you.
The brief ceremony at State House has just concluded, and the procession or the convoy will now proceed to the Nujoma family residence that's now in Aves on the outskirts of Windhoek. Now, just to take you through the main message during the brief ceremony whereby President Nangolo Mbumba had to grant permission to the members of the NDF, or the forces of the country rather, to take the remains to kickstart the regional memorial services that's now at the Etunda village, the home village of the late founding president. Air Marshal Phineas mentioned that for Namibians to come out in numbers, that is now to pay the last respect. And as the convoy, just for you to see, as the convoy is making its way, as I said, to the residence of the late founding president on the outskirts of Windhoek, both President Bumba and the former president, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, are accompanying the remains to the residence, from where it will be taken to the Hosea Kutako International Airport en route to Ondangwa at the Andimba Twebo ya Twebo Airport. As you can see, that is the remains of the late founding president, the country's first president. As a sign of respect, also people in their vehicles are seen saluting, some taking visuals, videos, as a sign of respect, and also paying their final respects to the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. So that is how the procession will be for the day. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Blanche Colossus, there showing us the procession, the leaving State House, making its way to the private residence of the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, that's Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. Now, Colonel, we're seeing there in terms of the procession now leaving State House, so meaning we talked about the fact that the commander-in-chief has now given permission to the chief of the Namibian Defense Force. So it's a delegated responsibility to ensure that now we are proceeding to the house, the private residence of the late founding Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. Now, in terms of that procession, you talked about how the cars will be sort of aligned and how, the convoy will be. Let's talk about possibly maybe some of the activities that are expected at the private residence. Is it now a family event or is it still a state event? What are some of those details when they arrive at the private residence of the late founding president?
This will be a private event. Although the state has a little bit role to play, but us as NDF, we are only to hand over the casket to the family, and the family should now play their role privately, and then after 1 hour, that's when the NDF is going now to get the casket and proceed to the airport. Yes.
Okay. Now, Colonel, you are describing the vehicle that is carrying the remains, and perhaps maybe myself and many of the viewers might be interested to say, why specifically a vehicle of that nature was designed to carry the remains? We saw that, I think, if I'm speaking under correction, is the sort of the same vehicle that carried the remains of the late Dr. Hage Geingob. So why specifically that kind of vehicle?
It is not a vehicle. What is carrying the casket is a gun carriage. It's a gun. There's a gun under. If you check it nicely, it's a gun carriage. It's a gun carriage designed to carry the casket, not only of a state, of a head of state or a former head of state. It can also carry for a minister, or it can also carry a chief of the defense force. Anyone who's been accorded a state funeral. So that's why I said with a state funeral. With a state funeral, it is the only funeral that a casket is placed on a gun carriage.
Okay.
And the difference also is that with official funeral, the casket is not carried on a gun carriage. With a state funeral, you have gun salute. While with an official funeral, you have volleys. So those are the difference. Volleys are a number of gun sounds or gunshots being shot with or being conducted with small arms. But with a state funeral, you will have a number of gun salutes, meaning they are going to use artillery weapons, the big weapons. You will see them at Hiroseka on the day of the burial. So those are the difference. So now this time around, the type of a vehicle that we are using to pull the gun carriage, so the gun carriage is being pulled by a different vehicle than the one we had with our late President, Dr. Hage Geingob. So this time around, we have a vehicle called MKK. That is the vehicle that is pulling the gun carriage. While during the late President Hage Geingob, we had an RG32 vehicle. So during this time around, since we have the procession in the region, we have the RG32 vehicles pulling the gun carriage in the regions. So what will happen at the airport? The gun carriage will also be loaded on the aircraft. But the vehicle that is currently pulling the gun carriage will remain in Commerce region. It is not the same vehicle that is going to pull the gun carriage in the regions. So those are the difference. Some of the differences that you will see during this state funeral. So,
I think, thank you very much for that description, Ken, because I think there seems to be some sort of confusion that we're seeing, that people are talking about what is a hero's funeral, what is a state funeral, what is a national funeral. So this clarification is very, very important to be able to clear out, because it seems to be that it seems to be a misunderstanding. So you are confirming that the highest form of honor in terms of recognition is the one of the state funeral that is being accorded to Dr. Sem Safishuna Nujoma.
We have only 3 types of funerals. We have a state funeral, we have official funeral, we have a military funeral. Those are the types of funerals we have. A person is being declared as a hero, but when you are declared as a hero does not mean that you are accorded a hero's funeral. We don't have a hero's funeral in Namibia, no. You are only declared as a hero, and then the type of funeral that will be accorded to you, it's either a state funeral or official funeral. And in most cases now, the military funerals, it's for the military commanders, for any military person, be it a private or be it a sergeant. As long as you are served in the military, you can be accorded a military funeral. And then you have now the official funeral, and then you have the state funeral, which is the highest funeral we have. Yeah, so we have only 3 types of funerals. Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that, and also indicating that, talking about also, of course, this military craft vehicles that we're talking about, that is the YN9E military aircraft that will be carrying the remains of Dr. Sem Nujoma from here to the Andiba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa. The magnitude and the significance of the fact that it is first airlifting mission, is that an honor that is befitting to the former and founding Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force?
This is a large aircraft. We had an aircraft called a White Wolf aircraft.
Colonel, we'll continue shortly. We are now crossing over to our reporter, July Nafuka, who is stationed at the Windhoek High School and the Bank of Namibia intersection at the corner of Robert Mugabe Avenue and Sam Nujoma Drive with an update. Good morning, July, and what is the update?
Good morning, Namibia. We are coming to you live from the Sam Nujoma Drive, where the procession of the late President Sam Nujoma is passing by right now. As you can just see on the road, they are escorting him to his residence. Traffic has come to a standstill here right now, and there's no much activities happening in terms of members of the public who are here to look at what's happening, however, apart from those in traffic right now. So back to you in studio.
Indeed, we continue to give you coverage, and that was July Nafuka, our colleagues there by the intersection between Windhoek High School as well as the Bank of Namibia, seeing the procession coming there, leaving from State House, making all its way, that is, to the destination of the private residence of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma in Avis. Now, Colonel, before seeing the procession there in the streets, we were talking about this military craft vehicle that will be carrying its airlifting. It's its first sort of action activity since it was bought, and it will be carrying the founding commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force.
Yeah, I was just trying to narrate to say the aircraft. That's the aircraft on your screen. That is the Y9E aircraft. So this aircraft, it's one of our latest assets that we got last year in December. And Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief, commissioned this aircraft into service into Namibian Air Force on 13 December 2024. So this will be the aircraft that will be transporting or airlifting now the casket to Andiba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa. So the aircraft can be used as an air transport aircraft or a VIP aircraft. And it can load, or it can take a number of tons. So him, the late Dr. Sam Nujoma, also commissioned the Air Force just very few days before he retired in 2005. That was in March 2005. 2005. So it is really significant that this aircraft, carrying its first mission, official mission, its first mission of airlifting our first President of the Republic of Namibia. That is the significant part of it. And it will also go in the history books of the Namibian Air Force that their first mission with this aircraft, it's when they airlifted the casket of Dr. Sam Nujoma to the regions. And from here, it will go to Ondangwa. From Ondangwa, it will airlift to Rundu. From Rundu to Zambezi. From Zambezi to Erongo. From Erongo to Keetmans. And then back to Hosea Kutaka International Airport.
Indeed, a significant, those are indeed significant details that we are also learning. The fact that the founding president commissioned the Air Force just before retiring. Then the current head of state commissioned this new plane among with its other plane. We understand that you acquired 2 last year. He commissioned them, and now the first airlifting is lifting the first commander-in-chief of the Republic of Namibia, quite indeed a milestone there, and then also one to go in the history books. Now, we understand that this plane can fly at top speed of 660 kilometers and cruise at around about 560 kilometers. So what is the significance of that?
Well, when you deal with military, you don't need to have, it depends what type of operation you are conducting. Okay, there's times where you need a rapid deployment. Certain certain logistic requirement, it's needed at a certain place.
Yeah.
So the type of aircraft will determine your needs, and that's why Namibia been prone to a lot of to various natural disasters. For example, drought. When we have a drought relief, so this type of aircraft, it's a right aircraft that can take a number of tons to the required location on that specific time. So, and then you have then different types of aircraft, war aircraft, jet fighters. Those are very, very speed. The speed is higher than this one, because this one, it can carry only a certain number of troops, but a big number of them. And then you can also deploy them in any place that you want them to be. That's why, if you look at it, when they leave today at 10:30, after 1 hour they'll be arriving in Ondangwa. It's not bad. Yeah. Look at the private Fly Namibia. From here to Ondangwa, I think it's just 45 minutes. So there's not much difference.
There's not much difference.
Yes.
Indeed. Now, Colonel, you also indicated that there will be a ceremony that is called the Silent Guard just before they take off at 10:30, and they're expected to arrive at 12. No, this Silent Guard ceremony, what does it entail? Who forms part of this ceremony? And who's leading this ceremony? You also indicated already that we're expecting the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force to send off the remains, and to when they are being flown from Kutako International Airport to that is Ondangwa.
Yes, the silent, it's the word silent. It sings quiet. It's a quiet. It's a silent guard. So they are there to just pay respect that. The commander is passing by. He needs to be respected. He needs to be honored, and that's why it's a silent. There's no much activity taking place at the airport. It's only to receive, load the casket, load the gun carriage into the aircraft, off they go, or they take off immediately. So there's not much activity taking place at the airport.
So it's not a busy schedule. So we're saying that we're expecting the head of state to be at the airport as well, together with the chief of the Namibian Defense Force. Both of them are to be present.
Yes, His Excellency Dr. Angolan is also making his way to the airport, and then he's seeing off the casket. The Chief Military Mona will also get on the plane, and he will take off together with the whole pallbearers and bearers. They are all making their ways now they will be making their ways to Ondangwa Airport. His Excellency Hifikepunye Pohamba is also proceeding to Ondangwa and then to Etunda. So, and then we expect them at Ondangwa by 12 o'clock. Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the men who are given the responsibility of flying the aircraft. Are they seasonal aircraftsmen or pilots that have been with some extensive experience that are expecting to be leading this flight to Ondangwa?
We have pilots, and for you to become a pilot, it takes a lot of time, because you need to acquire certain qualification, like private pilot license. It's one of the lowest. You should have one to start off, and then you need to acquire a number of hours that makes you to qualify to fly a different aircraft, because you graduate, you build up your career. So these colleagues, some of them have joined the Namibian Defense Force in 2000. That is a quite long time ago. And then they went to various institutions to study, both locally and in South Africa, in other countries like China, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe. So we send them as pilots, technicians, air traffic controllers. So even now, the colleagues who will be flying, some of them who will be flying this aircraft, will just return or arrive together with the aircraft, because an asset like that, you need to master it so that you should know it just the way you know your cell phone.
Yes.
So it takes somebody really to study and spend so many hours on the plane to qualify as a pilot. Yes.
Okay. Now, kind of adding on to that, perhaps maybe the significance of the Namibian Defence Force. We know last year we also saw that the Minister of Defence and Veteran Affairs, Franz Kapofi, indicating that last year we really got assistance because it was also an opportunity for Namibia to learn as to possibly how to deal with it, whether it is to bury a former head of state or a current head of state. It was the first time of its kind, but now the fact that we are seeing that the Namibian Defence Force is leading these processions, is leading this whole program, what does this signify to the country as a whole, but also possibly to the Namibian Defence Force? Are we then saying that Namibian Defence Force has evolved over this time, and that they are in a position to be able to handle any of these calamities or situations that are possibly likely to occur in the future?
You just put it right. Yes, we have learned a lot from our colleagues from Zambia who came last year to assist us. That was the beginning. And we know that time always comes, difficult times like this one, and our leaders are aging. As a result, you expect anytime anything to happen. And as a Namibian Defence Force, you should be able to deal with such magnitude type of funerals, a state funeral of a head of state or a former head of state. So we know exactly how to handle it, and we are able to do it, and that's why currently we don't have assistance from our neighboring countries. So we have learned a lot. We have acquired the necessary skills and experience from those who have gone through the same process. So that's why we are able now currently to conduct the state funeral of a late president. Yes.
Okay. We saw earlier that there was a commander, that is a chaplain, who was obviously also reading a scripture at State House, and perhaps most people will be wondering, okay, we always talk about that Namibia is a secular state. We've got different beliefs, maybe the significance of a chaplain in the Namibian Defence Force and his role when it comes to activities of this nature. What does that signify, and what are his responsibilities within the Namibian Defence Force?
These chaplains that you see here, they are not only coming from one region. We have a number of chaplains in the Namibian Defence Force. You have a chaplain, a chief chaplain in the Namibian Defence Force. Then you have a chaplain for the Army. You have a chaplain from the Air Force. You have a chaplain from the Navy. Then you also have assistant chaplains. These are people who went to school. They came in already. Most of them came in as chaplains or as pastors from different church or beliefs. But in most cases, these colleagues come from Lutheran Church, Anglican Church, or Roman Catholic Church. Yeah. So their role is to motivate and support members of the Namibian Defence Force when it comes to religious support. Yeah.
Okay. Now, Colonel, I know you did indicate that in terms of the programs when heading to the Avis residence of the late Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, is to know that this procession also symbolizes maybe perhaps that the fact that it's family time for them to mourn their loved one, possibly to say goodbye before he goes into, his remains are taken into the region. We do know that obviously you go to is the private village, the Tunda in Onkanjira in the Umsati region, and you did indicate that it is not for the state, but it is a primary family event. But perhaps more from your experience, be it maybe perhaps even from a military funeral that you have done in the past, when it's time for the private family event, what are mostly some of the activities that go there within those happening, even though we know that it is a private event?
In most cases, when the casket come home, it is very few of us who remain surrounding the casket. But there should be people from our side observing what's happening. We have different cultures and different beliefs. And people want, some they say they want to conduct their rituals. So what us do, we hand over that you have the opportunity to see your loved one. And that's why we give you a time frame to say, okay, let's hand over the casket for a certain time, and then after that we can have it back and proceed with the procession. But it is not only left to the family to do the whole, because you talk of the security of the casket, and we don't want to be blamed what happened to the casket. So, because you...
Just to interrupt you, Colonel, so if I'm getting this correct, is that even though it is it's a family event, private event, is that the state still maintains the security of the remains?
Exactly. We should be there to observe, but the number will be reduced compared to a public gathering or in a tent or in a stadium where a number of troops will be surrounding the casket. So at the private residence, there will be few people surrounding or observing what's happening at the casket or what's happening to the casket. Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of when we arrive at the private residence, in terms of anticipation now, how are the remains carried from the gun carrier, I mean the carriage carrier that you're talking about? Is there a specific way that, you talked about the pallbearers, in terms of these pallbearers who are selected, how do they carry these remains when they are coming from this carriage that is carrying the remains?
No, it depends on the arrangement currently with the family. Okay? I was not involved in the arrangement with the family, but the family can say, can we have the casket into the house, inside? Then obviously it will be removed from the gun carriage, and then it will be taken inside with bearers carrying the casket, at the same time with pallbearers walking along the casket. So it will depend on the arrangement that was made and agreed, because here it is also an agreement between the government and the family, and you need each other, and you need also to meet each other halfway. So it is not a one-man show. There should be a communication between the government, those ones who are representing the government, and those ones who are representing the family. So
I picked up something that you're saying, Colonel. You talked about bearers and pallbearers.
Yeah.
Seems to be two different people. So are they some sort of those that are bearers, to some sort of recognition maybe, and then you have obviously the pallbearers. What's the difference between the two?
Okay. We have bearers party or bearers. Bearers, you will see them, those are non-commissioned officers who carry the casket throughout until the last resting place. So wherever the casket is being taken, they are responsible to handle the casket, to carry it from the gun carriage into the tent or whatever place the casket is going to be placed on. So they are responsible to carry the casket. While pallbearers, in this case, we have generals, we have marshals, and then we have flag officers. Generals are from the army. Marshals are from the Air Force. Flag officers are from the Navy. Now, their role and their function of pallbearers is to escort the casket with honor. They don't touch the casket. They are the ones who are walking along the casket. So their function is to escort the casket with honor, meaning they are there honoring the late with respect. That is the difference between the pallbearers and the bearers. The bearers, they carry the casket. The pallbearers, they honor the late. And at the same time also, they escort, they are there to escort the casket. Yes.
You mentioned the element of commissioned, and non-commissioned. What is a commissioned officer and non-commissioned officer? Why is that important? So it means a general can't carry a casket. I take it, or what does that mean?
Yeah. It's just like here at NBC. You are not all managers. You are not all editors. You are not all cameramen. We have different rank. We have a rank category of commissioned and non-commissioned officers. Our non-commissioned officers are those juniors from a private. When you enter the military, you have a rank of a private, and then you have a lance corporal, and then you have a corporal, and then you have the common rank that all of us know, sergeant, and then it goes up to a warrant officer. Now, and then you get those who have been commissioned. Officers, they start with a 1 star. That is a second lieutenant. So that's the first rank, being commissioned. Okay. And as time goes, I'll come and tell you a big number of officers who were commissioned by late Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma. He started commissioning. The very first intake was commissioned in 1997. In 1997, and these were Namibians trained, specifically they were trained by the British. The first intake, people like General Shafashike, people like Brigadier General Wandela, a lot of officers were commissioned by His Excellency the late. The second commissioning also by Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma, that was in 2000. And then I'm one of those who were commissioned, the third commission by the founding father in 2002. And then his last commissioning of officers was in 2004. So those are the difference of commissioned and non-commissioned.
So there's definitely a huge number of commissioned officers. I mean, if you're saying that the founding had 4 commissions, that is 1997, 2000, 2002, as well as in 2004.
Before he retired.
Before he retired.
Yes.
So quite a large number of Namibians who have really benefited from his leadership as the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force.
Yeah, and most of us, when we joined the Namibian Defence Force, we never had that opportunity to shake hands with the president. So when you get commissioned, automatically
you are guaranteed
the handshake, and you spend like six hours or even the whole day without washing your hands. And you don't want even to shake anyone else because you feel like this was a good luck that I had an opportunity to be shaken by the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force.
And maybe perhaps looking at from your personal experience from being a commissioned officer in the year 2000, you said 2002.
Yes.
Now you're finding yourself as a colonel and the head of public relations. I mean, what do you take from that experience?
Well, when I joined the Namibian Defence Force, I joined straight from school. So we went to training, and then these are opportunities that just come, and you get nominated and recommended. They look at your quality, your discipline, your hard working, and then from there the commanders can recommend you to go for a commissioning course. And then you go through other courses of your level, and then you grow up as time goes. And that's how most of the colleagues have become or appointed, have different portfolios in the Defence Force.
Okay. Now, as we anticipate the arrival of the remains at the private residence of Dr. Sem Shafishuna Nujoma in Aves on the outskirts of Windhoek. Now, Colonel, in terms of arriving now, once we arrive at the airport in Ondangwa approximately at 12 o'clock. What can we anticipate in terms of the program? Are there any special programs that is expected to be carried out at the airport, or is it immediate procession going all the way, driving through Ondangwa, then passing through Omalala, and to continue with the route that we were talking about earlier?
There's one small activity taking place also at the airport, and this is a quarter guard. A quarter guard, it's a number of soldiers who are now currently already, they should be already at the airport in Ondangwa preparing to receive the casket with honor. And at each airport, wherever the casket is going to arrive or depart, there will be a quarter guard to receive the casket. At the same time also, at all the regional memorial service, there will be also a quarter guard and the band to receive the casket. Yeah, that will be the arrangement. And just after the quarter guard has received the casket at the airport, immediately the procession will start from the airport to Etunda in Omsati region.
Okay. Now, we understand that we will start once we have landed at the airport. We'll then go through Ondangwa and then passing through Omalala. I mean, do we anticipate any stops within these specific towns that you'll be passing through, or is it simply just a drive-through throughout all the way?
It's a drive-through out. There will be no stopover. There will be no stopover. They will just proceed. Yes. And that's why they have legs and according to timing. Yeah. So if we are lucky that we are ahead the time throughout, that will give also the memorial service to start earlier as expected. But the time for the memorial service is scheduled to kick off exactly at 14:30. Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about in terms of these regional programs. We know that obviously that this is now the state activity that will be taking place in terms of those programs. What can we expect in terms of the programs when it comes to those regional memorials?
Each region has come up with a program in conjunction with the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology, and also with the rest of other stakeholders. So they have crafted, they have proposed their program, and once it's been approved by the central government, then they will continue with their program. So there will be different speakers in each region. For example, according to the program of Omsati for today, we expect the Vice President and President-elect, Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, to represent the head of state in Omsati region. So she's the one who will be representing the president in Omsati region. So in the other regions, I don't know who will be representing the president. So each region will have a program. It will be not exactly the same program, but they will have their program and different speakers. Yes.
But it's still a state program.
Yes,
it's still a state program.
It is. It is, but being run by the
regional government.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of the soldiers that will be deployed at all these various regional memorials, is it the same, with the exception of the bearers that you talked about that will be carrying the casket? Is it the same military personnel that will be deployed throughout the different regions, or have we already deployed different teams already in anticipation of the arrival of the remains in all the different regions?
I indicated earlier that we have committed a big number of 5,000 troops across the country to all the regions where the memorial service is going to take place. So the troops that are in Omsati will not be the same troops in Ohangwena. No, in exception of those who are escorting the casket. But there are already number of troops deployed in those regions. We have military bases all over the country. So those members has been mobilized already to make sure that they carry out this noble task of us taking around our founding father. Yes.
Now, let's talk about why perhaps maybe I'm curious, and perhaps also possibly also maybe some viewers who are following us right now on TV as well as the different platforms that we're streaming. You indicated that His Excellency, the President of the Republic and the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, will not be accompanying to the regional memorials that will be taking place. Is there a significant reason as to why he will not be partaking in those regional memorial services?
I really don't have an answer for that. I can't answer that, but I think it's just an arrangement that State House has made, and the Commander-in-Chief delegating the Vice President, for example, to Msati. He might have also delegated other ministers, cabinet ministers, to other regions. So I really cannot answer on behalf of State House. Yeah.
Very well. Now, I presume that means also now that the Chief of the Namibian Defense Force will be with the different regional memorials throughout the whole country.
Yes, he will. He will. That's why he got that authority and permission from the President to take the casket of the late to his people countrywide. Yeah.
So this is something that he will not. He's not delegated to delegate to somebody else.
No, he will not delegate to someone else to take the casket around. No, it is him himself to take it around the country and bring it back. Yeah.
Now, in terms of mourning the founding president, the way that we are doing right now, and that the NDF,
you see, the visuals are coming in. As I told you earlier, that it will depend whether the casket will be taken off from the gun carriage. So those are now the bearers.
Of course, this is where a short ceremony will be taking place, where the family and close friends are expected to view the remains of the founding president. We can observe that the remains are accompanied by President Nangolo Mbumba. We also just had former President Nifikepunye Pohamba, who also just came earlier to accompany the family as they received the remains of the founding president. Of course, the children and the wife, that is Ovamboland Nujoma, is expected to view the body, and then after that the pastor, and also just having a short prayer and a word of encouragement to the family before the proceedings will lead to the airport, where the body will be aircraft to Etunda, where a ceremony will take place in his hometown. Earlier today, we just engaged with the family as well, where they were just waiting, came early as 5 o'clock, waiting for the remains of the founding president, so that they will have an opportunity just to see his remains before they get to be transported or aircrafted to Etunda, just shortly after the ceremony that will take place with the family, and also just the pastor giving a word of encouragement. The family will receive, because we were told earlier just to allow the family to take in the moment, just to be with the remains of the founding president, and also just have an opportunity to really view the remains, and also just have that private moment with the founding president.
That is Selima Henok, our colleague there at the private residence of Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma on the outskirts of Windhoek in Aves, there, as his remains are being received by his family. We see the procession being led by the Namibian Defence Force. We are expecting for them to view the body and also have a private ceremony. Now, as Colonel, you indicated earlier that normally these are private activities. Families are allowed to sort of maybe have some sort of a significant moment with their loved ones. And we know that perhaps this one is a difficult one because this is not an ordinary citizen. This is an icon. This is a founding president of the Republic of Namibia and father of the Namibian nation, and one of the last icons, perhaps if not the last, of liberation icons within SADC and Africa as a whole. So this might not necessarily be as private as they want it to be.
Exactly, exactly, because you can see a big number of mourners there, and it will not be easy to say it's strictly private, but there will be other people also, because there could be people who will not be able to, who are not planning to travel to the regions, and might have turned up at the residence to pay their last respect, or they might not have an opportunity again at Independence Stadium when the final memorial service is going to take place. So they might have turned up here. So we'll see what will happen, but maybe. But to us, we regard it that we give them a private time. Yeah.
We're definitely trying that to be private, but the possibility of being private is perhaps a challenging one, seeing of the menu of his stature and his nature that he was the founding president of the Republic of Namibia. Exactly. That might be difficult. And I think that goes again to our conversation that we were having earlier with my colleague Nicole, saying that it must be difficult for the family because, even Minister Utoni was indicating, to us, he was first a commander, then more than a father. So it definitely, Namibia is mourning. The family wants to mourn, their loved one. They want to mourn their father. They want to mourn their grandfather. But the opportunity to perhaps mourn alone, it's also not there because the person is a national icon.
Exactly. He's not only a family man. He was a person who belongs to all of us. And that's why you see so big numbers and a lot of people paying tribute to him with respect. And I was listening to one of our national radio, our local languages, and one caller said, who doesn't know our founding president? He said, who doesn't know? Even a child who was born 3 years ago knows who's Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma. And that is true. So that's why we expect a big number. And they also, as a family, they also need our support, all of us. And that's why we are just next to them supporting. Yeah. So it will not be only privately. It's hard to say it's private. Yeah.
Okay. Now, Colonel, once the private ceremony is concluded in Aves, and then thinking about now moving on to the next stage, which is then obviously the procession heading from Aves and all the way to the airport, from the Hosea Kutako International Airport to obviously with Judy being bound to arrive in Ondangwa. The procession in terms of the convoy, is it still the same procession that as it left State House and going to the private residence, or do we expect any changes in that convoy, or will we still maintain the status quo on our way to the Hosea Kutako International Airport?
The procession will be the same, but there is a provision of family members who form part and parcel of the procession throughout. It's only that I cannot tell you the certain number that was allocated to accompany the casket until all the other regions. But in the procession, there's a provision for the family. There's a vehicle allocated specifically for the family and their position also, because their position is just a little bit behind, just behind the chief of the defense force, who's the chief mourner, and then comes the VIP, the VIP protection. So that is the position of the vehicle transporting the family members. Yeah.
Is this a private vehicle or is this a state-assigned vehicle?
It's a state-assigned vehicle. Okay. Yeah. Because the procession is supposed to be purely a military procession. It is still, but we are not supposed to have private vehicles in, and on top of that, we're supposed to have only 2 colors in the whole procession: white, not white, but we're supposed to have only green, which mostly it's for the military, and black. But we have seen a white vehicle in the procession, but in other countries, they will not allow any other color to form part and parcel of the procession. It should be purely a military procession.
Okay. In terms of the colors that you're talking about being green and black, the significance of the green, is it the Namibian Defence Force colors, or is it the green Namibian number plates that are assigned to state institutions, or what the colors?
It's the green of the vehicles.
Okay.
Because you want to maintain a standard.
Okay.
So it's that green. And then you have a lot of government vehicles, you have them also in black. Now, if you want it to be very colorful, you should maintain uniformity. If you have black, it's black and green. Yeah, but there is a vehicle specifically allocated for the family.
Okay. Now, you talked about the fact that the ceremony at the private residence is expected to last for approximately 1 hour. So if the arrival was anticipated at 7:40, that's 20 minutes to 8 o'clock. That means we anticipate them to be leaving approximately at around about 8:40. So, and then to be flying off from Hosea Kutako from 10:30. So in terms of those road users, I know there was a caution that was issued out. And for those that maybe might not have seen it and might be watching right now, what is expected, especially when you have a motorcade of this nature on the roads, for those that are living perhaps in those farms that are nearby, or are living in those areas that are nearby, or might be driving to the airport? So what would be a word of caution to them when they come across this motorcade?
They should, because we will have sweepers. And in this case, especially now from the residence to the airport, sweepers will be in front, in the distance between the sweepers and the motorbikes will be about 500 meters. Sweepers to sweep. Okay? So those who are maybe heading to the airport or to Windhoek, they were cautioned already, and they were also informed to make alternative arrangements, meaning they're supposed also to travel earlier before that. And I've seen also a message that came from the Namibian police cautioning already members of the public that this is what's going to happen. Expect closure of some of the roads. So, but in an event when they come across, they should just give a right way to the procession.
Okay. So, Colonel, we are crossing back to, that is the Sam Nujoma private residence in Aves. There seem to be some activities happening there, and we hand it over to our colleagues on the other side.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister, Sarah Madira, the Kupamba, accompanied by Madam Kupamba, former First Lady, CDF, Brother Phineas, family, and dear mourners. I know, we all know, very difficult moment for all of us who are here to receive the remains of our founding father. Silence. First time coming to his house, but silence. Because the will of God done. Dear Monas, going to be a very short program. As it was announced yesterday, that this very solemn ceremony is for the family to pay their respect to the men we are mourning, Dr. Shafishuna Nujoma, our founding father and President of the Republic of Namibia. For now, my honor to invite Tate Nasangura, former Prime Minister, to say a few words on behalf of the family.
Thank you, Director, for our program this morning. Mekuru Ovamboland, the remains of her husband are here for you, your children, and your family. Pay your respects before he departs into the country for the whole nation to pay their respect. We should be guided by the spirit of our liberator, our hero, our revolutionary icon, that everything has hit its time. And you have arrived at this moment, and you have to accept this moment as it is. Kuku Ovambo, your husband is here. Lead your family to pay your respects. Thank you.
Not a moment to say thank you, but say thank you, Dr. Gunasa.
We do apologize for that slight glitch. Now, we did see that the private arrangement or private ceremony at the house of the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. We see the chief of protocol, that is Mr. Ipumbu, leading the program, and we're also seeing that is the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia and chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation, Nas Angola, delivering some short tribute there in terms of behalf of the family, simply just saying, everything has its time, and obviously that time has come and that the founding has said goodbye to us. But we definitely get to go for a break right now, and then we continue with more conversations after the short break.
We have been bringing you live updates of the procession carrying the remains of the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. As you've seen there just now, we were also, that is, at the residence of the Nujoma house. Unfortunately, or we apologize rather for that unstable feed. We will be crossing over back shortly. However, in the meantime, we have a guest here from the Angola Public TV, Mr. David Tumedo, who has been in the capital, that is, since last week, and he's been broadcasting and pretty much sharing his experience, and he's actually here to cover the funeral as well. A very good morning, sir. How are you? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for having me in this morning, in this special occasion for the Namibian nation and for Africans at all.
As a whole. Now, before we get into, what, your observations were for the last week that you have been in the country, maybe we can start with you talking to us, a little bit about the historical ties, or the events that has shaped the relationship between Namibia and Angola, especially, during the liberation struggles.
So let me start. The history of Angola and Namibia is the same, Angolan people and Namibian people are brothers. Is like the same nation because we got the same history. We went to the same cause for the liberation, for the independence, and Namibia was the homeland for many Namibians for so long time. So we have special ties with the history of Namibia. Even some Angolans, young people, some of them thinks that Nujoma was born in Angola or he was an Angolan president, And like I know that some people here in Namibia thinks that Agostinho Neto was from Namibia, so it's like the same. So this occasion is a special occasion not only for Namibians, but it's also for the Angolan people because we've got a special respect and love for Sam Nujoma, who lived with us for so long, he and his family. So if it would be possible, if they wanted, they could have Angolan nationality, so that's why we are giving some special attention for this special occasion. I'm here for 1 week, and we are about to stay here for 2 weeks more, till the 1st of March for the funeral. So it shows the importance that Angolan government, Angolan people, the Angolan society gives to the figure of Sam Nujoma.
Yeah, and since the news broke, on the 8th of February, how has the people of Angola perceived this news?
Listen, as I see all over Africa, we received the news with a broken heart. We knew that President Nujoma was very old and sick for so long, but we are not prepared to receive this confirmation, this news. So we received this message with a broken heart, and the Angolan government took some actions to honor the figure of the President Nujoma. As you may know, this week, President João Lourenço and Angola took over the rolling presidency of African Union. So in last week meeting of African Union, it started with minutes of silence in memory of President Nujoma. So and during this week, every public ceremonies in Angola, even in sports, it starts with minutes of silence, observing in loving memory of President Nujoma.
Thank you so much for that. In terms of the delegation that might come down for the funeral, do you have any names for us yet?
We expect to get the President João Lourenço here next week, but I think that at the middle of next week there will come a delegation of state ministry representing the Angolan government to represent the Angolan people. Even today, in the north of Namibia, where the remains are going to, they expect Angolan people from the south of Angola to join the ceremonies, just to give his testimony and to honor the President Nujoma. We expect the President Lorenzo to come not only as a brother of a young brother of President Nujoma, but as a president of the African Union. Yeah. So the President Nujoma is one African icon. So it served it.
Yeah. You know, in terms of, since you've been here for the last week, what have your observations been?
We are very attentive, you know, and we see that Namibian special people for their leaders. We are observing normal movements, but with respect. They are paying respect for the memory of President Nujoma. We are also talking with journalists who are also taking some interviews, interviewing people and how can I say, people from civil society and also politicals. And we are looking country paying a real tribute to his leader, to his father. And that's why that's what we are reporting every day live to TPA, to Angolan Public TV, in every shows. Showing what is happening here, the way Namibian are mourning his father, and so we are trying to show it to the world.
As you know, we are preparing for the regional memorials services as well, so we'll be going to the north starting at from 12 o'clock onwards, and then we'll be moving down to the other regions, or Hangwena region, Zambezi, and will you also be joining in the regions?
Yes, we expect to be in some of these places. It's not possible for us to be in all of them. Yes, because now we are only a team of two, but we are waiting for about 15 to 20 journalists from Angola that are coming next week.
And a bigger team.
Yes, to follow the ceremony. But we are trying to follow the ceremony all around the country, and we are working. We are counting on the NBC help to follow the ceremonies. So we want to show every moment, everywhere, every single moment to the Angolan people and to the African people and to the world what is happening here, how Namibia is honoring the founding president.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you, Nicole. We are open for everything.
There you go. So there you have it. That is once again another, it just goes to show that we are not mourning alone. That was Angolan chief editor of the Angolan Public TV, David Temero, speaking to us about their presence here as well, doing, this processions, and also until we bury, that is our founding president next week. There's more coming up on GMN. Do stay with us. Namibia, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, the Namibian Baha'i community will be hosting an interfaith prayer memorial gathering in honor of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. That will be on Sunday, the 23rd of February. Now, this sacred gathering aims to bring together diverse faith traditions in a shared spirit of remembrance, gratitude, and, prayers for unity. Now, we have invited, that is Sophia Taki, as well as Neta Hishono, that they're both of the Baha'i Office of Public Information, to shed some more. Ladies, a very good morning and thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Right. I think let's start with you telling us what inspired this Interfaith Prayer Memorial.
First of all, our condolences to the Namibian nation for the loss of our founding father. And at the end of the day, when we all die, the soul goes to the next world. We all know that in all the religions. And we wanted, as Baha'i community, to create a space where all the religions can come together and pray for the progress of the soul of Tate Kulu. And whether it's Christians, Muslims, us, the Baha'is, we all want to come, on Judaism, we all want to come together and say those special prayers to commemorate his life, to celebrate his life. And also, these prayers, they will help the soul then to journey to the next world. And that's why we thought, since he fought for unity and love, we wanted to celebrate that in that context.
Thank you so much for that context as well. Ms. Hishono, how do you reflect on, Dr. Nujoma's role as a beacon of unity in the country?
Yes. He always believed in the mantra, one Namibia, one nation. He was assisted by different cultural groups in Namibia. When he left the country during his stay here in the country, he was born in northern Namibia. He went to work in western Namibia at the coast in Walfish Bay. He then fled the country via eastern Namibia. And he always believed in unity of purpose, unity of the country, one Namibia, one nation. He always had that mantra, a people united can't be defeated. So that unity we want to remind people, and we want to bring people together. Let's unite not only as a country, let's unite in spirits, let's unite in our faith. Let's celebrate that unity and let's remember.
There's a word that's taking prevalence here, and that's unity. Unity. I really like that. Therefore, my next question, in what way did Dr. Nujoma's leadership embody that value of that resonates with the Baha'i teachings on unity and as well as service?
So the Baha'i faith the main theme of the Baha'i faith is unity. There's only one God, in whatever name we call him. There's only one religion we believe. From the time of Abraham up to now, different teachers have come in different places, like Moses, like Jesus Christ, the Prophet Muhammad, and for today, Baha'u'llah. And if you go to the Far East, there is the Buddhism and the other religions. And so we believe in the oneness of all the religions, and we also believe in the oneness of humanity. So this oneness that we believe in is exhibited in all the faiths, because all the religions teach about love, about peace, and about service. So how better to honor him in the spiritual, in our spirituality. And we want to pray for the progress of the soul. We want to pray for one Namibia, one nation, as my sister said now. And all his life was about servitude. And all the religions of God, they teach us to be of service to others. And his leadership style was of servitude leadership. And that's why we are having this commemoration, to bring all the religions together and all the people together. And that was the embodiment of his legacy at the end of the day.
Ma'am, I also want to talk, did mention that the gathering will be on the 23rd of February. More details as to where we will be gathering, what time, please.
Yes, it will be at the Baha'i Center in Katutura, Claudius Kandavadze Street in Koryangap. Everybody is invited. It will start at 4 o'clock on Sunday, so people will have time to have their other prayer meetings or their services. And our point is, come and let's celebrate unity. So it's Sunday, 4 o'clock, Claudius Kandavadze Street. It's close to Sam Nujoma Stadium. It's not far from there as well. and everybody is invited to attend from 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Let's also talk about the message that the Baha'i community wants to convey through this gathering. What is that?
The message really is about coexistence of all the religions, tolerance, and you know, during the apartheid regime, the Baha'i faith could not teach its faith because we believe in the oneness of humanity. So black and white could not be seen together. So the first Baha'i, Tate Nkundi, when he accepted the faith through a British pioneer, they could not sit together. But because of independence and because of this, you know, freedom of religion that we have in Namibia, we can now celebrate that. And we want then that legacy of Tate Kulu also to be remembered in that way. So we have invited the Council of Churches, the Catholic faith, the Orthodox, and all of them, we have invited them. And our common really aim is the oneness of all the religions, one Namibia, one nation, and of course, one faith as well.
And one faith as well. On a final note, ma'am, what would you like to leave us with?
I would like to leave Namibians that, once again, our constituent, our president, our late president, founding father, played a huge role in Namibia's liberation. And he always emphasized, I'm not the only one, others came before me. Captain Hendrik Witbooi, Hosea Kutako, Daniel Munamava, different people, different cultural groups played a role. So let's embody that, a united Namibia, a united people. Let's not focus too much, I'm this, I'm that. We all know we play different roles in life, but in the end, we're really one humankind. And that's what he embodied. That's why in our constitution, we have freedom of religion, freedom of association. We respect the human rights. We respect rule of law. We respect the separation of the branches. So all this foundation was laid in our constitution. And when you take that, with all these liberty, we have the responsibility now to protect our constitution, to protect these freedoms, to protect freedom of religion and association, and to come together as a united people. Lest we forget that, because if we start divisive tactics, it doesn't help. We all in this one Namibian house, which our other late president said, President Geingob, we're all in the Namibian house. And the Namibian house has rights and responsibility. And the rights we have in our constitution, the responsibility is now that we remember the legacy, we inform ourselves, and we come together and we continue building the Namibian house based on the legacies of our two late presidents.
Ladies, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for
having us. There you have Namibia. If we are going to say come one, come all, that is, we're saying that to you now. In studio here, Sophia Taki, as well as Neta Hishona, I beg your pardon, of the Baha'i Office of Public Information, talking to us about the Interfaith Prayer Memorial gathering in honor of the late founding president, which will take place on the 23rd of February. And as you heard, you are invited. That will be at the Baha'i Center from 4 p.m. All right, so see you there. We'll be back. Continuing with the show, talking about prayer and faith here this morning. Now, in Christianity, faith is the foundation of trust and confidence and hope in God. Now, without faith, it is nearly impossible to build trust, or faith is the root that is of every meaningful relationship with God. Now, we have invited, that is Apostle Sam Amuniala, here in studio with us to further talk about faith. A very good morning, Apostle. Nice to have you. How are you?
Good morning, and nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Now, Apostle, we're talking about faith, very important. How would you define faith? In fact, sorry, Apostle, we have to just, have to interrupt this conversation. We will be back because we are now crossing over back to Avis.
keep you. The Lord will make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord will look upon you with mercy, favor, and love, and give to you his eternal peace. In the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Please, can we move forward? Kenor Spanga, please, may we respectfully make a move?
General Shipanga
Body of the founding president is in the residence where the family, close friends, and also the president, that is Nangolo Mbumba, and the former president, Ngifike Punyepoamba, had an opportunity to view the remains of the founding president. Of course, from here, the remains will be transported to Hosea Kutako International Airport, where it will be airlifted to that is Ondangwa Airport, and also later on taken to the residence in Etunda Village, where there will be a session or an event, just a memorial for the residents of that area to attend, and the family also in that area to be part of the memorial service and pay their last respect. Of course, there were people that were allowed to view the remains of the founding president first, and after that they were allowed to exit the venue, and the family was given a time just to be with the remains of the founding president and view the body as a close family. There will be several regions that will be visited, where there will be memorial services. Of course, today it will be in Etunda, and that is Omusati region, and the Kunene region will also have an opportunity to pay their last respect. And then on the 21st, that will be in Enana, Oshana, Oshikoto, and Wangwena regions will have an opportunity to pay their last respect. And then on the 22nd, that will be in Rundu, where Kavango West and Kavango East will have an opportunity to pay their last respect. And then, of course, the Zambezi region, Grootfontein, and Valves Bay, Kietmanswap, and the street procession will be held on the 27th. In Windhoek, and of course the memorial will take place in Windhoek, that is at the stadium, and then the 1st of March there will be a memorial that will take place at the Heroes Eka.
Welcome back. We continue our coverage in terms of the procession of the remains of the late Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, founding President of the Republic of Namibia and father of the Namibian nation, and also the first Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, who are also leading the procession of his remains. Now, Colonel, we had a ceremony at home that ended, the private ceremony with the family. Perhaps maybe some observations that we saw is that we saw that Pastor Brian Bazuvara from Inner City there, of course, was there in terms of prayer. We also, maybe that signifies a difference between the state event and the family and the private family event, because it was no longer the chaplain from the defense that was leading the prayer session, but also perhaps maybe explain to us what it meant when the bearers were removing their heads just before they started carrying the remains of the coffin, leaving the house, and then before being loaded onto the gun carrier.
It's just a respect to touch the casket without your head. So those ones who are handling the casket are not supposed to have their heads on. That's why it's been removed. And the speed of saluting when they approach, once they approach the casket, the speed of saluting, it's a slow motion. It's not a normal fast saluting. So it's a slow motion which just show a respect that at this moment, it is not the usual moment that where we are. We have to respect the late, and that's why you have seen that they've removed their heads. It's just the same when we are on parade and we are praying. We also remove our heads and then we replace them once the prayer it's concluded. Yes.
Now, we saw that when they were leaving the house in terms of the procession, we saw the bearers, the non-commissioned officers, and also the pallbearers you were explaining. We saw that General Nakathinke. We saw also the Navy commander. Who were some of these other pallbearers? Because earlier you explained that these are generals that accompany the bearers. Who are some of these generals that were accompanying the bearers?
Those pallbearers, especially those in front, one of them is Major General Aktofel Dengu Nambaku, who is the army commander. And then on his left was Major General Petrus Nathinge, who is a Deputy Executive Director for Strategy, Policy, Plans and Coordination in the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. Behind him was Brigadier General Ankama, Willem Ankama, who is the Chief of Staff, Defense Logistics. And behind Major General Aktofel Nambaku was the Air Force Commander, who is Air Vice Marshal Theophilus Shaende. And behind Air Vice Marshal Theophilus Shaende was the Navy Commander. This is Rear Admiral Kontep, who was appointed last December and took over as a Navy Commander. So behind Brigadier General Willem Ankama was that's Rear Admiral Junior Grade Erastus Lazarus, who is the Deputy Navy Commander. So those are some of the pallbearers.
Indeed, senior leadership within the armed forces.
Yeah, they are the senior officers, or senior generals, marshals, and flag officers.
Flag officers.
Yes, in the Namibian Defense Force.
Indeed. Now, we're seeing that in terms of the procession, we know that they have left the house. The remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma have been loaded onto that gun carriage. We saw that the gun that you were explaining earlier that is underneath, we were able to see the visuals. It is now proceeding all the way to that's Hosea Kutako International Airport. In terms of procession, you have indicated that the only change that we are likely to see in terms of the convoy involved is the fact that, you know, there is inserted in the fact that there is a family vehicle that will be assigned for family members. In terms of this trip, how long do we expect this convoy to take to get to the airport?
The speed, it's a very low speed, 30 to 40 kilometers per hour.
Okay.
So they will take about 30 to 45 minutes to reach the airport. And immediately upon the arrival at the airport, the casket will be honored now by the silent guard of honor as it departs to the regional memorial services. And it will be also the same honor upon its arrival from the regions. So this silent guard of honor will be on standby as the casket returned back to Commerce region to receive it again at the airport, just to honor that casket when it's returning back to Commerce region. And then the other thing I also wanted, the other arrangements that will take place at the regions, at each airport, that is now at Ondangwa, at Rundu, at Katima, at Valfes, and at Kietmans. It will be, again, the casket will be received and seen off with honor of the Kota Guard, while at various regional memorial services, the casket will be also honored with a Kota Guard and a band. So there is a Kota Guard at the airport, and then there are also Kota Guards at these venues where the memorial service is going to take place. So at the regional centers or regional venue where the memorial service is going to take place, there is a Kota Guard and a band that is receiving the casket.
Kenop, once again, just for the sake of the viewers that were joining us right now and we're not here from the onset, so I know you said that the issue of the silent guard, it's not something loud, it's something smooth, not too many noises, smooth operation. You're talking about the Kota Guard. Maybe in terms of just details for them to see and to be able to relate and to have some sort of understanding so that when they watch, they see, okay, this is what the Colonel meant when he talks about what is a silent guard. Do we see some exchange of anything taking place maybe in between any personnel? And in terms of the Kota Guard, what exactly do we anticipate that will happen?
There is nothing much happening there. It's just it's a silent activity taking place at the airport. There's nothing to be exchanged. The bearers will get off the vehicle, approach the gun carriage, and then again, the process that we have observed of taking off their heads, and then they start now removing the casket from the gun carriage. Then they will load it in the aircraft. At the same time, also we are also expecting the gun carriage also to be loaded in the aircraft. Now that will determine the size of the gun carriage once it's loaded in the aircraft. It will also determine the number of passengers that will be transported to Ondangwa. If the number is more, we have also plan B, because in the military you must always have plan B. If it happens that this does not work out, then you should come up with plan B. So our plan B is we have another aircraft on standby, a passenger aircraft, which is called Y12. The Y12 will be also used if in case we have more people that are not fitting in the Y9E aircraft. So they will join the other aircraft and then they will take off immediately to Andeba Airport in Ondangwa.
Now, talking about in terms of the expected number of people to accompany the remains of the late Dr. Seb Nujoma, in terms of planning, how many people do we anticipate that are likely to escort? Do we have any confirmed numbers that are already certain to be able to accompany? We assume that the bearers will definitely be accompanying, and obviously the senior pole bearers as well. So roughly 10, 15, 20. Do we have other people that we anticipate to travel?
There are also few number of family members who are also accompanying the casket with a plane throughout. So they have given a registered number to the NDF, which I don't have and I did not get it, but there's a number that is getting into the aircraft. But a provision is made already to say if they don't fit in that aircraft, at least the second aircraft should come on board and assist. And both of the aircraft are parked at Sekutako International Airport. So roughly we can say maybe we expect maybe, I'm just saying maybe 40 people to join. If that 40 does not fit in the aircraft, then others will get into the second aircraft.
Okay. Now, talking about the second aircraft, this White Wolf, what can you tell us about this craft? Is it in comparison? Is it similar to the one that we're talking about earlier? That is the Y9E, or what are the differences?
This is a smaller aircraft.
Okay.
Very reliable aircraft. Very good aircraft. It can fly in any condition, and it can land anywhere. On a gravel road, it can land. On a airstrip, it can land as long as the ground is level. This is one of the aircraft that you can say it does any donkey work. It's a very good aircraft that can fly, and it will never disappoint you when it comes to airlifting also. It's only that it's a smaller aircraft compared to the Y9E aircraft.
Okay. So it's perhaps maybe one of those things that will relate to the founding when you say that you must always be ready. The enemy can come from anywhere. So this is a simple to say that, if we have an enemy, this is a plane we can be able to deploy anywhere in order to counter those enemies that might threaten our territorial integrity.
Yeah, I should also mention that it is one of our aircraft that has been used since 1998 to supply our troops logistic material in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And up to today, it is still serviceable in a very good condition. We have that same aircraft can be also converted to a VIP. Like currently, if it's been used as an air transport, then it's converted to VIP. But if it's for logistic purposes, we remove all the chairs and then you convert it to be a cargo aircraft.
Yeah. What we are picking up from you perhaps maybe is just to say that, there seems to be so many activities that the armed forces of this country have, and you're able to convert planes for bid to carry perhaps maybe soldiers for deployment, carry VIP, and to be able to adjust. There seems to be so much progress that the nation is not aware that the defense force is more than capable of doing.
Yeah, when you are even at your house, you don't just address yourself to your neighbors, okay? You wait for them to come and enter your house, and then they will get surprised that, oh, this is what is inside. So it's the same with the defense force. The situation will always dictate what factors or what should we apply for us to do A, B, C, D. So, and that's exactly the same here when it comes to this state funeral. We have put everything in place, and we have also Plan B. If anything happened, Plan B is already applicable.
Okay. Yeah. Now, in terms of the procession, when you explain that, in terms of leading the motorcade, the way that is structured, we understand that the president is also part of this convoy on the way to the airport. Is he part of the main convoy, or is he part of a different convoy? We know that there is military protocol arrangements. There is also at the same time state protocols. They diverge into one program, or are they operating independent of one another?
There is only one procession.
Okay.
And that is one convoy. We have just accommodated everyone in the procession. Maybe I should just go back. As I said that those who are leading, it's Nampol and City Police. They are leading as sweepers 500 meters in front of the main procession. And then the motorbikes, yesterday there were 6, but what I see now on the ground, there are 9 motorbikes. The motorbikes are followed by the provost vehicles.
Why perhaps maybe can all the change in terms from 6 to 9?
They check the wideness of the road, that the road can accommodate 9 at the same time, because there are no vehicles approaching from the other opposite.
Yes.
So it's an open. That's why 9. And also for it does not give a room for anyone coming from front to approach the procession. So that protection, it's there. And then they make a provision now for the president and for the former president within the procession. So after the provost vehicles, we have the armed personnel carrier that are leading in front, and then we have the OB, the media, they are there, and then we have the jeep with chaplain, Wing Commander Jaconia, again, he's the one leading. He's from Air Force, an NDF chaplain. And then you have now the MKKO armed personnel carrier, 4x4, which is now pulling the casket, the gun carriage, pulling the gun carriage with a casket. And then you have the bearers in the Iveco. And then after the bearers and pole bearers, and then immediately now you have the former President Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, and then on the other side we have the Commander-in-Chief Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and then the Chief Military Mona, in this case Air Marshal Martin Kambolo Pinias, and then the family. That provision of the family, it's also accommodated there. Then you have the VIP protection. So all this were already planned to say, since you have the head of state, the VIP protection should be there also. And then at the rear, you have your rear protection. And then last but not least, you have the NAMPOL and city police again behind. So that procession will not change.
Will still be the same throughout. Now,
yes.
Definitely what I'm picking up is there's also a difference in terms of protection that is assigned to the head of state that is always should be carried out by VIP directorate and not necessarily. Is there a reason as to why perhaps that it's only VIP directorate and even as a state event that perhaps the military, which is also the commander-in-chief?
Though VIP protection is VIP protection, they are entrusted to protect all the VIPs. So that's why they are carrying out that task. Yeah.
Okay. Now, looking at the gun carriage, we saw the gun that that is underneath. That is obviously that is carrying the remains. The significance of the gun, and what type of gun is it? We can see that perhaps maybe it's a big gun. It doesn't look to be a small gun. What is the significance of this gun? What is the ability of this gun? Is there a reason as to why carrying this gun? Is it because he was the former commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force, or why specifically having a gun attached to this carrier?
This gun, it's an artillery gun, a long-range weapon that can fire depending on what distance. They come in different calibers. So this specific one is just designed to carry the casket. Whenever we have any state funeral, we will be using this type of gun or weapon. It is not being used anymore to fire or to go to war at any point. No, it is just an idea that came to say, okay, when you have a state funeral, even in other countries, we have seen it in Zimbabwe, we have seen it in all other countries, when they have state funerals, what type of gun carriage are they using, or what type of equipment are they using? So we have also adopted that method to say, okay, during our state funerals, our casket should be carried by a gun carriage. There is no specific other reason to say, okay, why?
It's a standard.
It's a standard with all other armed forces in countrywide. They also use different types of guns to use it as a gun carriage, as a gun carriage for the casket.
It's a gun carriage for the casket. Now, one may be perhaps thinking that maybe the role of the chief chaplain would have ended, obviously, at the ceremony at State House, also possibly, that's where it ends. But we're seeing that he's also part of the convoy through all the way to the airport. Do we anticipate him to also leave with a delegation that will be flying to the regions, or does his role end at the airport where the remains will be flown and to be airlifted to Ondangwa?
We have also other chaplains from other services, from Army, Air Force, and Navy. So in other regions, we have also assigned other chaplains to take charge upon the arrival of the casket in that specific region. So there is a chaplain who must take the role of a chaplain during the period. Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the programs, once upon arriving in Ondangwa and the first memorial taking center stage, you did indicate that, there are different programs also that are organized by different regional leaderships that are there in conjunction with the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. But perhaps, take us, we seem to be having an update. We will be crossing over quickly to our reporter, July Nafuka, who's on the ground to share an update in terms of the procession. July, good morning once again, and it's over to you.
Okay. As you can see, the procession is just passing by here now on its way to the Hosea Kutako Airport, where the body is expected to be airlifted to the Andiba Toivo Airport. They just passed the roadblock here, or the roadblock which is on your way to the Hosea Kutako Airport. There's not much activities in terms of members of the public, apart from two community members who are just along the road taking some videos and pictures of the procession as it's taking place. I'm just going to allow my camera person to show you the activities and the cars that are following the casket of our founding president.
So some of those visuals as the procession continues. It's bound, that is for the Hosea Kutako International Airport, where we'll expect a small ceremony that is a silent guard that will take place before the airlifting of the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma, the founding president, father of the Namibian nation, whose remains will be lifted to Ondangwa, that is at the Andiba Toivo Airport, where we'll expect the procession to continue all the way to Etunda in the Msati region for those regional memorial services that will kick off today. Now, in terms of this arrangement that we are having, we're seeing that the first leg appears to be very, 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 very tight. If you are seeing that they are expected to arrive at 12 o'clock, we are already seeing that leg one between 12 and 18 minutes past 12. That is a time being given from the Andiba Toivo Airport and Malala. The significance of these timelines, are they drawn up so that things can proceed in the manner that they should be, or why are they time bound to these legs?
In the military, we deal with estimation. You need to estimate that between this time and this time, I should be able to cover a distance of how many kilometers. So we have just calculated and to see whether it will work. But we know that it will work because the road, it's closed to the public, so it's open. So that's why that leg, the first leg, it's determined to say within 18 minutes, if nobody comes on that road disturbing, joining, it's clear you will be able to cover that few kilometers between the airport and Omalara. So it's workable. And then from Omalara to Ongwediva, it's another 12 minutes.
12 minutes, yes.
Okay, and then from Ongwediva to Oshakati, it's another 15 minutes. And then from Oshakati to Ananda Junction,
it's roughly over an hour, hour 3 minutes.
It's less than an hour.
Less than an hour.
12:45. It's 1 hour, 3 minutes.
1 hour, 3 minutes.
Yes, and then from the junction of Onanda to Etunda, it's minutes again. It's minutes. So it's just the estimation that we have worked out to determine whether we'll be able to cover within that period.
Okay, so there are any foreseen in terms of you have estimations, but we don't anticipate that unforeseen circumstances might delay that procession. So let's say, for instance, you find thousands and thousands of Namibians line up along the road, and some maybe, even though a caution has been given to say, please do not interfere with any procession in terms of the road, but maybe they want to pay their respect and they don't necessarily say, okay, we know there are protocols, but maybe we're not going to respect them. Not to say that we don't want to respect them, but because we are saying goodbye to this icon.
The good part of Namibians, they are peace-loving people. They adhere to the rules. And we expect them during this time also to be alongside the road, few meters, 5 meters. So we are not expecting anything that might cause a delay during the procession. So everything will just move smoothly, because remember, our colleagues are on the ground already deployed, and they are there to make sure that the road is cleared. So we will not expect any delayment at all. Not at all.
Not even a cattle or a donkey in the road.
But that is possible. Yeah. That is possible. But during this time, when it's green, really, animals would be focusing on their food. They're not really on the road. It's not a dry season. Yeah.
Okay. Now, Colonel, in terms of once arrived, you said that once they arrive at Andibayatwewe airport in Otangwa, there will be also another silent guard again to be performed, and then again going obviously into procession to go all the way to go to Etunda, pardon me. So when the remains arrive now in Etunda, are there specific ceremonies? Because you talked about that there will be a quarter guard again. Is a quarter guard that is going to be deployed there? Is there some ceremony that will be performed by them? You also said that there's also going to be a band. What will then be the role of the quarter guard once the remains arrive at Etunda?
It's just to receive the casket at Etunda and to pay respect and honor the casket. And this they work together, the band and the quarter guard. And then immediately the casket has passed the quarter guard, they will place the casket at its position, and then immediately the program will kick off. And that program now lies with the region. Yes. So the official program starts immediately after that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. Is there a difference? Will viewers be seeing a difference between those that are coming with the remains and then obviously now handing over to the quarter guard and all those who are performing the silent guard? Is there a difference in terms of personnel? The way they are. Their military camouflage, is it the same or is it different? Will we see a difference?
Now, on the ground, in Windhoek, we had pole bearers and bearers. And then we have also a quarter guard at the airport. Now, at Etunda, once the casket is placed at its position within the tent where the memorial service is taking place, we are expecting the bearers and pole bearers to withdraw. There is a new team coming in, and that team is called Vigil Guards.
Okay.
The Vigil Guards has a vigil commander. And in this case, at Etunda, we have Brigadier General Ngondela, who is the brigade commander for artillery brigade. So he is the one who is now to take charge of the security of the casket at the venue. The pallbearers have pulled out, the bearers have pulled out. So the security there will be under the guard under the vigil guard, the vigil commander. In this case, who is Brigadier General Ngondela. So the idea behind the vigil guards, it's a close protection of the casket by the officers throughout the memorial service. These are officers now guarding the vigil guard. As the casket will lay in state, so the vigil guards will be there from 1400 hours, 1430, up to tomorrow morning 6 o'clock. They will be changing.
There will be rotation.
There will be a rotation, depending from the guard commander to say, are they going to spend 15 minutes or 30 minutes? Because there will be 4, 2 in front and 2 at the rear. In this case, there is a vigil guard commander, as I mentioned, and vigil guards themselves. And once the casket is been positioned and placed under a tent, the bearers and pallbearers will leave the vigil guards to take over or take charge of the casket until tomorrow, when they come and collect the casket.
So the role of the pallbearers and bearers, once, if I'm getting you correctly, once the vigil guards have done their part of securing the caskets and the remains, upon arrival is from 2:30 at the site of where the memorial will be held until tomorrow morning at 6. That's when the pallbearers and the bearers then again come and take charge from one unit basically to another.
Yeah, from one region to another region. And in Ohangwena, the same will apply. You will also have
another vigil
guards and a vigil commander. Yes.
Okay.
So that's how it is organized.
So we expect that in terms of this changing of the personnel, there will be any difference in camouflage. One can be able to tell, to say there's a difference.
I'm not sure who are deployed as vigil guards. They could be from the army, they could be from the Air Force, they could be from the Navy, or they could be jointly. Yeah. So we'll only see it once they are on the ground. Who are those? But the only thing I can tell you that it's the vigil guard commander, because he's the main there in charge, and he must take charge and make sure that the casket is protected from 14:30 up to tomorrow morning until 6 o'clock, when they hand it over to the pallbearers and bearers.
The pallbearers.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of those programs, I know you have indicated to say that once arriving for the regional memorial site is to indicate that, the regional government now takes over, has a program on its own that is aligned. So is that where the role of the armed forces remains, simply in terms through the vigil commander by guarding the remains of the founding, or is there any other role that the military plays in terms of those processions when it comes to the memorial service, that program at regional level? What else is the armed forces responsible?
The armed forces will be around. They will be also attending the memorial service throughout, until other regions also. Security should be provided. They are there and they will remain there until we come back to Commerce region. So they are not withdrawing at all. It's only that they are changing duties from one group to another group to take over. Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about the fact that now that, in terms of these schedules that have been prepared and we're seeing already that immediately after, when you are done in Etunda, in terms of the leg one that is starting off the next following morning, that is now from Etunda village to Okahau, starting as early as 6 o'clock, from 6 to 6:05, and then from 6:05 that's leg to 6:43 to Tandi. Is there a specific reason why perhaps maybe it's being done so early at 6 in the morning? I mean, majority of us might still maybe be trying to open our eyes and so that we can follow the activities.
The route to Ohangwena, the distance, it's long, and you want also to start early at another region, and you want also to give other public members within the leg between Okahau and Enana that time to come and pay their respect. So the process must start early, so that you also start earlier in Ohangwena region. If you start at 8 o'clock, then you expect the procession in Enana to be delayed or to be late, because there is already a determined time to say what time are we supposed to start with a program of memorial service in Enana. That's why they have to start early, so that they cover it's a long distance from Okahau to Enana by road at a speed of between 30
to
40 kilometers per hour.
Journey.
Yeah, it's a long journey, and it's tiring.
It's tiring,
yes.
So we're seeing here that in terms of the second part of the journey, which is slated for the Angwena region, that leg 11 anticipates that 12:01 to 12:46, the departure between Rundu and Enana will be complete, and that casket should have arrived possibly by 12:46. That is in the Angwena region. Do we have a time, as of an idea as of to when the ceremony is likely to start in Enana?
The ceremony will start immediately once the casket is there. Once the casket has arrived, they immediately kick off with a program. Yes. So that's why from Etunda, to Okahao, it's just 5 minutes drive. And then from Okahao to Otsandi, it's another minutes again. It's
roughly over 30 minutes.
Yes, it's over. And then you have it from 0643 to 723.
That's roughly
Otsandi to Tapi. And then 023 to 823 an hour. The procession should cover at least the distance between Utapi and Owongo. And then from 8:23 to almost 9 o'clock, we are expecting that they should be able to have covered the distance between Ogongo and Oshikuku. And then from 9 o'clock to 9:50, which is a 30-kilometer between Oshikuku to Oshakati. That is now at the junction of Omungwelume and Oshakati. And then from 9:50 to 10:44, we are expecting the procession to leave Oshakati Omgwelume Junction to Omgwelume itself. And then leg 8 from 10:44 to 11 past 2. Omgwelume to Ongenga. They should be able to have covered that distance. And then 2 minutes past 11 to 16 minutes past 11, it should be Ongenga to Onuno. That distance should be covered within the allocated time. And then from 12 o'clock to 12:46, it's from Ondobe to Enana. And then immediately the procession arrives in Enana, the official program kick off. Yes.
The official program kicks off.
And then the next morning, again at 6 o'clock, they are expected to leave Enana to Andiba Toivo using now Oshigambo Road.
That's exactly what I wanted to point out. I'm seeing that, although perhaps the fact that there will not be any stoppage in Oshikoto itself, where a ceremony might be taking place, and we understand that Oshikoto region has been partially been covered for the ceremony to be taking place in Enana, as well as the one that we anticipate to be taking place in the Osojupa region. It does give also possibly the public an opportunity along the road to be able to say their goodbyes and see the remains and the caskets of their founding president, as you going through Oshigambo or Nipa or Luno and all the way to the Andiba Toivo Airport.
Exactly, because by then the road is free. Public members can travel to Enana. So most of them will be using Oshigambo, Enana, and it's a shorter one compared to the one of Onuno. So they'll be able to catch up with the program of tomorrow. Without any delay, because it will be free.
Without any delay. Now, let's talk about the in terms of the programs. When I know we touched a bit on it when we said the virtual commander then takes charge of the remains. The program immediately starts is organized by the regional government in conjunction with the central government. Is there any role on the program for the military besides the military band that we presume that will be performing, singing the national anthem, AU anthem? Are there any other activities for the armed forces on the program, or is it simply going to be managed by civilians?
The program, it's very straightforward, especially the one of today.
Yes.
We have the director of ceremonies. We have Mr. Nilo Tapopi, who was a former CEO of City of Windhoek. And then we have Ms. Cornelia Iambula, Mayor of Okahao. The program is straightforward.
No, please take us through the program. Please take us through the program.
It is expected that by 12:30 today, the arrival of the general public at Etunda. And then by 1 o'clock is the arrival of the family members. 1:15, arrival of the veterans of the liberation struggle. 25 minutes past 1 is arrival of the service chiefs. 1:30 is arrival of the dignitaries and traditional leaders. 1:35 is the arrival of cabinet ministers and members of parliament. 20 minutes to 2 is the arrival of the children. 1:45 is the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President of the Republic of Namibia. 10 minutes to 2, they are expecting the casket. But now that time and our time,
there's a small mismatch.
This is a difference. But the whole thing is, if the casket arrives earlier, the program kick off. They will not wait. People are ready. As we are speaking now, people are ready.
Yes.
They start already maybe arriving at Tunda. And then immediately, we are also expecting the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the Vice President, and President-elect, a representative of the Chief Mona, in this case, the President, and Lieutenant General retired Ndaitwah to arrive at just before 2 o'clock. And then immediately the President-elect arrives, national and AU anthems will be played, and then the welcoming remarks by Honorable Njala, the governor from Sati region, and then there will be a hymn number 343 in Ehangano, a devotion and a prayer by Reverend Dr. Shakapolo, and a retired pastor.
Let me just interrupt you quickly. We're just going to cross over to our reporter, Blanche Coraces, who is at B610 off, or made road to Hosea Kutako International Airport, and now we'll cross over to her. Blanche, what's her update?
Well, Lord, we are here by the 10. That's now to the Hosea Kutako International Airport, and the convoy carrying the remains of the Namibia's founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, is approaching. I'm just going to let you first take in the moment. It is a full military escort. Earlier on, we could also spot some military NDF, that is NDF choppers, escorting the remains of Namibia's founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. So you can see here is the Casper approaching, carrying the hearse, which with the remains of the founding president, accompanied by President Angolan Bumba as well as former President Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, making their way to the international airport, from where the remains will take off to Andimba Twivo Airport, that's in Ondangwa. Later on, to the memorial service that will be held at the Etunda village. That's now the birthplace of the founding president. So here is the convoy, official convoy, making its way to the airport tarmac, that is. Well, in addition to the government officials, the Nujoma family is also accompanying, is also part of the convoy. Earlier on at the residence, they had the chance to view the body as well as to pay their final respects to a man who is their father, grandfather, uncle, as well as a tatekulu to the nation. Just to take in the visuals as the convoy makes its way to the airport tarmac. Throughout, one thing that I have observed a lot is that throughout this process, and something that I've also witnessed or been checking on social media, is that Namibians are following the proceedings and also paying homage to the founding president. I am sure that colleagues at the Etunda village will have a chance to speak to the residents there, and also for them to pay homage, for them to also be able to receive the remains at the airport that's now in Ondangwa. Well, the convoy has made its way to the airport tarmac, and I must mention that the road has now been cleared for other motorists to also use it, those making their way to the international airport. And throughout the process, something that is of significance is that even after the police announced yesterday appeal to the members of the public to adhere to traffic regulations and also to the traffic officers manning the roadblocks to just adhere and make way for the official convoy. So far, no reports have been no incidences have been reported with regard to non-compliance with that directive. So that also speaks to the kind of nation Namibia is. That also speaks to kind of people Namibians are in general when it comes to compliance and when it comes to observing days like this where the country is in mourning indeed. Well, from here, my colleague Emil Seibeb is on standby at the Hosea Kutako International Airport tarmac, where there will be a brief ceremony before the remains are taken to Ondangwa. So Emil will feed us with the proceedings from the airport tarmac.
Thank you so much, Blanche Crosses, for that update in terms of the procession. We've seen that we're definitively ahead of time, and the Colonel here in studio is very much happy to see that everything is moving according to plan, definitely ahead of time. Later, I will be crossing over to Emil Seibeb, who will be on the tarmac to be able to share those visuals. But, Colonel, so far, so good. It appears to be that we are ahead of time.
With 40 minutes.
With 40 minutes ahead of time. And you are very precise exactly as of in terms of the time that we are ahead of. Are you happy so far?
Yes, I'm happy because the moment you are late, you're also delaying the process on the other side. But the moment you are ahead, you are giving a room for the whole procession to start earlier at Etunda. So we expected that the aircraft will leave Hosea Kutako International Airport 10:30. But it's not even 10. It's 8 minutes before 10. So they will be leaving earlier. I believe they will be leaving earlier. They will not delay. So, and that gives them another room to cover the distance between Andiba Toivo Airport in Ndangwa and Etunda. So we might expect now the program to start exactly the way it's been presented here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So indeed, in terms of logistics so far and in terms of planning, everything going according to plan. I think one thing that we're also picking up from my colleague, Blanche, is to say that she's hearing of helicopters and choppers that are moving with a procession. Is this part of the initial plan and planning?
Yes. We have an Alouette. I've seen an Alouette flying. It's just providing air support operation, whereby they are also carrying out air reconnaissance just to see that security is not compromised during this period. And it is really, really needed that you put all the resources at your disposal to use. And that is what we have done. And that's why you have seen now these helicopters flying, following the procession, just to make sure that no disturbances or any funny movement.
Okay, can I have to cut you short? We'll continue shortly. We are crossing over to Emil Seibeb, who's at the tarmac at the airport. Emil, good morning, and it's over to you.
Well, thank you, Lord. We are at the Hosea Kutako International Airport tarmac, where the remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma has arrived here. It will be airlifted towards the Ondangwa Andimba Toivo Airport, where then he will proceed. His remains will proceed by road to the Etunda village. Now, what we are expecting to happen at the airport, at the Hosea Kutako International Airport, is, of course, Colonel Shilumbu, when I spoke to him earlier, said there will be a a silent guard, a brief ceremony before the aeroplane takes over. Now, the escort, like Blanche rightfully said, it was accompanied by helicopters. It's a very, very large motorcade that came to the international airport with the remains of the late president. I also understand the State Falcon will then be carrying the former president and the prime minister, who will be accompanying the president to the Andimba Twevo airport. Now, I'll just ask Festus to quickly show us some pictures of the unloading of the casket from the hearse. You can see there, next to the casket, the Prime Minister is standing there. We can see the Governor Laura McLeod. We can see the first day of his, for lack of a better word, tour to the regions where Namibians will have the opportunity to pay tribute and their last respect to this towering figure that we got to know as Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, the first president of our republic. I will just then ask Festus, the camera operator, just to show some of the visuals that we just take in and live this moment together. What we are now also observing behind the camera is the arrival of the first citizen. Dr. Nangolo Mbumba has also arrived at the airport. He will form part of the group that will be sending off the remains of the late founding president, father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma. The casket lined up. I did see the arrival of the head of state, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. I think he will shortly make his way to the tarmac according to the military spokesperson, the aircraft is expected from Andimba Twevo Airport on its destination, Etunda village. One could see from media reports on the NBC platforms that preparations are also underway at the Etunda village to receive the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma. I've also seen the arrival of the former Prime Minister, Nas Angola. So we are at the way. A small silent guard for airport. Now, we have seen the arrival of several high-ranking government officials. Behind me, the military is just we also earlier saw the arrival of the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. Who will form service next week, Friday, at the Independence Stadium. The first leg of the national regional memorial services will start today at Etunda. To pay their final respects to the founding president, an icon.
We apologize that for those sound poor quality that we're receiving from the airport, but we hope to have a meal back with better sound as time goes on. But however, cannot seeing from the visuals, we're seeing in terms of the silent guard that you're talking about, starting with seeing that the arrival of the head of state, head of state has also arrived at the tarmac. We're seeing some dignitaries are seated. The former Prime Minister, Angolan, is also seated. Now, is this the silent guard that we're talking about, that is silent, no much talking being seen, simply just preparing the military personnel that are there to ensure that the casket is moved from the gun carriage onto the plane?
Well, from the visuals that we have just observed, I think they are just preparing now for the casket to be loaded in the aircraft. There's nothing much happening like another activity than loading the casket into the plane, and some troops are not there currently. That's from what I've observed, and I hope there will be in Ndangwa. Some troops are not there, and we are still ahead the time, because the expected time to take off, it's 10:30.
10:30.
And I believe they've made those adjustments with the air traffic controller, because sometimes we have already booked your time to say we are exactly leaving this time. So we don't know now if they're going to leave earlier than expected time of 10:30. But for me, I see that they are just preparing the casket now to enter the plane.
To enter the plane.
Yeah. Plus, the gun carriage, it's also going to be loaded in the aircraft. So we are likely to leave at 10:30 because this is a process.
It's a process.
Yeah.
But again, we're saying that a significant, momentous occasion. We're seeing the remains that will be airlifted to Ondangwa, but again, carriage also being, lifted in the same plane.
Yes.
So it signifies also a milestone from the defense point of view, and possibly Namibians also seeing what is the capability and opportunity, and some of the achievements that the NDF or some of the activities that the NDF is capable of actually doing.
Yeah, I think the public will be able to count and record and to say, yes, the defense force of this country can do A, B, C, D. Because they've seen it, they've witnessed it, and they are going to witness. And it is also good for us to see this aircraft that was just commissioned by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbuba in December, the type of work that it can do. And whenever we go to Parliament and say we need money, people will understand that resources are really required whenever you have such equipment, because you need to maintain, you need to train, and it costs money. And you cannot have this equipment idling. It should be utilized, because the moment you park it, it develops problems because you are not flying it. The moment you ground your pilots not flying, they will forget. And the day they are going to take off, you expect them to make mistakes. So they always say rehearsal is very, very important because it perfects everything. And this is what we are seeing here. People have rehearsed, and our aircraft will now airlift the casket to Ondangwa. So we must be proud of those men and women in uniform who are entrusted to carry out this noble task.
Maybe also while we are waiting for the ceremony to finish, and then obviously so that we anticipate his arrival at Andiba Toivo, the relevance of other law enforcement agencies that are present also, because we're seeing the military is also present, but we're also seeing NAMPOL present. Some will be saying, okay, so it's a state event, it's a state funeral that we see, but the military is handling the funeral. Why is it important that, for instance, NAMPOL personnel are also present, besides those that are assigned to the VIP directorate?
It is important for them because the maintenance of law and order, it's in their hands, NAMPOL. And throughout the procession, they are also assigned specific tasks for them to carry them out. And that is to make sure that law and order should be maintained throughout. And all of them in their respective regions are already on alert, and they are observing, and they are on the ground. Yes.
Now, Colonel, in terms of the program that you were just touching on a bit earlier, that when anticipating the arrival of the casket, around about 10 minutes to 2, for instance, that is in Etunda. We're also seeing that we have that is devotion and prayer by Dr. Tsapaka Kapolo, and also in eulogy to be performed by Nas Angula, former Prime Minister and the current chairperson of the same Nujoma Foundation. But we're also seeing quite an extensive list of tributes, as well as coming from institutions such as the organization, the Namibian Liberation Veterans Association, and so many other tributes.
Yes, we expect a message on behalf of the former plain combatants by General Officer Retired Commissioner Ben Shikovelo, Shikongo. And then there's also a message on behalf of the family by Meme Julia Nujoma, a message by Tatekulu Johannes Mupia Omkwanilo Wangajela, a message by Tatekulu Herman Dirimani Ipumbu, Chief of Ukwambi Traditional Authority and Chairperson of the 8th Northern Traditional Authority, and then the NDF band will have a chance to perform, and then a message from the ruling party by Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, the Secretary General of the ruling party, a message by His Excellency Dr. Ifike Punye Pohamba, former President of the Republic of Namibia, Again, the Namibian Defence Force military band will come back to perform. A message by His Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President and President-elect, and a representative of the Chief Mourner. And then the vote of thanks by Honorable Andreas Sitana. Is it Stamana? Stamana. Stamana. Chairperson of Umsati Regional Council. And then the Director of Ceremonies will make some announcement. Then we'll have a benediction by the Reverend Dr. Shapaka Shakapolo. And then the military band will come back to conclude with AU and national anthems. Then the viewing of the body.
And then the body lies in state.
And the body lies in state whereby the public can select the time that they want to go and view the body before it's taken to Angolan region.
Under the command of the visual guards.
Exactly.
Okay. Now,
you are learning. I can see you are learning.
We're seeing here that there are pallbearers that are to serve. Okay. We are going to observe a moment of silence. We do apologize if you are not able to hear anything from us.
Cut the white so that we can open up a bit. Yeah, fine.
Okay. Okay. Now we need to focus on some.
Kill of you. No, nothing. I'm holding. Kilo you must take over inside there. Where's the kilo? Oh, because this is inside. First step, man. Doing a great job.
Okay, we're seeing some of those visuals there in the background as the aircraft is about to be closed and then shortly, obviously, take off. That is for Andiba Toivo. It looks like as if Kenel again, once again, we are ahead of time. It is 10:22, but hopefully, again, we will be able to take off at 10:30 as earlier indicated. So far, so good from your observation?
Yeah, everything seems to be according to plan. And from the sound I'm getting, it seems to me that the aircraft has already started its engine, and maybe they are just preparing for everybody to get on board, those ones who are accompanying the casket to Ondangwa. Yeah.
Okay. Now, we also understand from a reporter that's on the ground, it appears to be that the State Falcon, that is that 900B, is expected to carry the Prime Minister as well as Dr. Poamba, His Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Namibia, who we see that he's also in the program for the memorial today at Etunda.
Yeah. There could be also other dignitaries also joining him, because the Falcon can also take a number of certain people.
Yeah.
So, because we have some pallbearers that are going to serve alongside the Namibian Defence Force.
Yes.
People like Honorable Laura MacLeod Kachirwa, the governor of Commerce Region, Major General retired Namolo. He could be already maybe on the ground. We have Lieutenant General Martin Shali. He could be maybe joining the delegation here, or the procession. And then we have Honorable Pentukeni Vula Itana, and then we have Omkwanilwa Johannes Mupia and Chief Herman Ipumbu. But then you also have reserve pallbearers, Honorable Dr. Bertina Madila, Comrade Kanana Ishono, Colonel retired Eddie Shimi. Eddie Shimi used to serve also the president as a bodyguard of the president, or as aide de camp. That's another title. And then we have Colonel retired Nepando Ampanda, that you know.
That we know.
He's a well-known face.
He's a well-known face.
So those are reserve pallbearers.
Okay. Maybe just for our viewers and for also our personal consumption, when you are saying that you've got pallbearers to serve along the Namibian Defence Force, we already know that there are pallbearers who are general senior commissioned officers, which you talked about. We've got the bearers themselves, and now we are having these additional pallbearers to serve alongside the Namibian Defence Force. What does this mean?
No, they are only joining.
Okay.
They are only joining, accompanying. Okay. The gun carriage is now
being loaded
into the aircraft.
Okay.
So these reserve pallbearers and bearers are just accompanying also the casket. Yes, just alongside those ones of NDF. Yeah. Not necessarily that they are going to take over from those ones of NDF, but they are joining.
They are joining.
These are people who were close to the president or who have also worked with the president. And you don't be surprised also going to Angwena that you will have other pallbearers in that region.
In that region as well.
And also in Kavango. And also in Zambezi.
Indeed.
And also in Erongo and Kietmans.
Indeed.
Or Karas.
Yes. Indeed. We're seeing obviously that the gun carriage, as you indicated, is being loaded on the plane and will be taking off momentarily. We anticipate still that hopefully that by 10:30 we will still be able to see the plane carrying the remains of the founding president, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, headed, that is for Andiba-Atoivo Airport in Ondangwa, that's in the Oshana region. And of course, stay tuned as we continue to give you this coverage, so that until by the time they have left, we'll also be sharing those visuals with you. Now, Colonel, after this is done, what is next?
After this, the plane will take off to Ondangwa. Those who remain in Windhoek, they will return back to Windhoek. And then we expect the plane to arrive by 12 o'clock at Andiba-Atoivo Airport in Ondangwa.
Does the motorcade from the airport still remain the same as it proceeded, or?
We believe this time around it will not be the same, but the president motorcade might leave first before anyone else, and then the rest of the motorcade will follow.
Now, again, we also indicated that upon arriving at Andiba-Atoivo Airport in Ondangwa, is that the silent guard will take place again, and then obviously from procession will start to make its way obviously through Ondangwa or Malala and all the way. Are we anticipating any maybe members of the public to welcome these remains at the airport? Are they also allowed? Is that provision being made for them to receive these remains on the tarmac, or is it simply just the military and the designated personnel that will be on the tarmac?
I don't know what's happening currently at Ondangwa Airport. I should find out maybe from the colleagues who are on the ground whether members of the public have been allowed to enter the airport. Otherwise, we will expect a big number of the public members along the road throughout. Yes, because I know Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma was a person of the people. And that's why big numbers, because of that title of being the first president who brought independence to this country, they will always want to say goodbye to him. Yes.
So indeed, a befitting farewell is expected to simply see how obviously we get to send him off, and obviously later on we hope to cross over to Nateni Haimbodi, who we understand is stationed at the Andiba-Atoivo Airport in Ondangwa, just to give us an update as of to how the situation is looking on the ground and what is happening in preparation of the arrival. We know now that it is at 10:29. We don't anticipate that we will match the 10:30 time for airlifting, but still, we still anticipate, hoping that definitively we'll still be able to stick within the time so that the processions and the programs as planned can still be able to continue as planned. So, Colonel, maybe perhaps for those that are watching are just saying, okay, we maybe didn't anticipate this to be taking so long. It's taking a little bit longer than we anticipated. Are there any maybe mix-up that are common or that one can always expect in terms of logistics when carrying out an operations of this nature?
You know, at ministerial level, we have a committee that is established to make sure that everything that is needed for this procession is in place. They should make sure that there is enough fuel and diesel in all the military bases. They should make sure that all our troops are fed. They should make sure that all the vehicles that are part and parcel of this procession are serviceable. They should make sure that the communication is established. So it takes a lot of efforts of individual commanders on the ground and those ones also at the ministry or the head office to coordinate and to plan together and to keep a communication constantly and to update one another. Yes.
So you would attribute the success so far of the planning, the execution of this plan that has been planned, you know, is communication one of perhaps the good elements that have led so far to a smooth process? From the drill runs that we're doing around Windhoek, from the actual carrying of activities that went place today, would you say that perhaps communication and constant communication and concrete communication was able to ensure that there was a smooth operation and a flow of activities starting this morning from the Forensic Institute all the way to State House, private residence, and now to Hosea Kutako?
Yeah, there was. And I should mention that there are certain individual generals who are in office just coordinating. One of them is Brigadier General Philemon Shafashike. Yeah, he's the main man behind the scene. He's in the office, he's coordinating with everybody in the region. He's making sure that he get update from everybody who's involved in this procession. And then when we have problems, even myself, I'll always contact him to say, okay, this and this need to be done, or we need to improve here, or can we confirm, like for example the street names in some regions, we need to confirm, and then he will tell you, okay, make sure that it is coordinated with the colleagues on the ground. So it's something that is very, very important, communication and updating each other, because you communicate, and the moment you communicate, you are bringing in the latest information that is required. So therefore, up to this stage, it's a successful procession, and we want it to maintain it until the end of the whole procession, whereby we are going to lay our former President Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma at Heroes Acre on the 1st of March 2025.
What I'm also picking up from your sentiments is that the more you communicate, the better you communicate, removes also the possibility of eventualities that might occur. And also, if eventualities do come up, you are able to address them quickly because you are communicating and everybody is in the know as of to how we are proceeding.
You are right. You put it just right, that the more we communicate, the more things are moving smoothly without any delay. And that is very, very important. In an event of this nature that demands a lot of manpower, it also demands hard working and commitment. Yes.
Okay. Now, we know that in our earlier engagement when we were talking about the Y9E military aircraft, that's with the registration number of NAF 1962, talked about the fact that it has a top speed of 660 kilometers. It can cruise at 560 kilometers. For most Namibians to be maybe fascinated and say, when you are saying 560 kilometers an hour, and just imagining possibly that being on the road, and if you look at it in the air, I mean,
no, that is the maximum speed, but it does not say that we'll cruise to that maximum speed. You have to cruise at a reasonable speed. You are not rushing. Yeah. There's nothing to rush. Yes, that is the maximum speed. It does not say that from here they are going to cruise that speed. No, it's just telling you what? It's just telling you that
Those are the specifications of the plane. And by the way, where did you get the specifications?
Specifications were shared.
By who?
Were shared.
So maybe just to tell you the serial number. NAF means Namibia Air Force.
Okay.
But then it's 1962. 1962 is the year when the first Air Force commander was born, in 1962. And that is the Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Phineas, who was the first Air Force commander. Yes, and that's why it was proposed that the aircraft, one of the aircraft, should have that serial of 1962.
So
yeah.
The NAF stands, that's Namibian Air Force.
Yes.
1962
yeah.
is the year in which
the first Air Force commander,
and the current CDF is born.
Yes.
Okay, significant indeed. So in terms of now that once they have loaded all that needed to be loaded, the caskets, the personnel that are anticipating to be on this plane, the gun carriage, guerrilla, and then it's takeoff.
Exactly. Yeah, it will take to the runway and then take off. Yeah.
So we're waiting for also air control to guide before we take off. But
exactly.
Is there any update perhaps that we are receiving on the ground as of to what might be causing the slight delay?
No, I'm still to check my phone what's happening, but let's hope that they will kick off, or they will take off immediately. Yeah.
Okay. Now we get to cross back, that is to the airport tarmac, in preparation of the takeoff. As we're seeing, preparations are underway just before the airlifting of the remains and the gun carriage that will go along with the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma, and we'll be back shortly from the airport.
We looked on the shorts. Yeah. I will readjust that one. That was a white. I will readjust the other one that was a white. Yeah, in the shop. Just get it for now. No, it's another guy. Okay, I'm moving the. Yeah. Okay, seconds. Okay, just give me a little bit of time because the position of the camera for me to do
Welcome back. As you see, the procession completion is almost complete. We understand that they are almost roundabout to close up and obviously close the airplane, and then soon enough we'll see the airlifting of those remains as well as a gun carriage. Colonel, I see you are engaging to get some update on the ground. What is the update so far?
As I told you, that it's very, very important that communication is important,
yes.
So that we get the latest information and coordinate.
Mm-hmm.
The colleagues on the ground were just securing the casket to be placed in a very good position that it's not moving. Mm-hmm. It's been fastened, mm-hmm. both the casket plus the gun carriage. Mm-hmm. So that you need to do it as a logistician, mm-hmm. in the aircraft. Mm-hmm. Or as a technician, you need to know how to do it, mm-hmm. because there are certain material that they use, mm-hmm. so that objects within the aircraft are not moving during the flight. Mm-hmm. And this is what they were busy doing now.
So if I'm picking up, again, shows to some of the progress and some of the good work that perhaps the Defense Force are doing, that we are not aware that this requires a specialized set of skills. It is not just any member of the armed force who should be going there and say, let me tighten, mm-hmm. this, the casket, let me tighten the gun carriage. Mm-hmm. It's specifically someone who's trained within that, to operate within that area, so that they possibly might not also damage wiring or other items that are on the aircraft.
Exactly. It should be somebody specialized in that field, because, as I said, this specific aircraft can be converted as a cargo, mm-hmm. and then it can be also converted as a VIP aircraft, air transport aircraft. Mm-hmm. So, and you have now these specific colleagues on the ground who are part and parcel of the crew, to make sure that the casket is really placed in a position where it should not move at any time during the flight. And that also applies to the gun carriage, using whatever material they have on the aircraft, made for that specific job. Yes.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that the military chief Mona, who is the CDF, mm-hmm. of the Namibian Defense Force, will be accompanying the remains, mm-hmm. Right now, and going to all the various regions. Do we have any idea also any other senior military personnel that will also be accompanying the CDF?
Those pallbearers, mm-hmm. all of them are going. They are going by air.
Okay.
Yes. That's the Army Commander, mm-hmm. Major General Aktofel Nambahu, Major General Petrus Nathinge, mm-hmm. Air Vice Marshal Theophilus Shaende, mm-hmm. Rear Admiral Ontep. Mm-hmm. Then we have Brigadier General Willem Ankama. Mm-hmm. Then we also have Rear Admiral Junior Grade Erastus Lazarus. Mm. So all these ones are forming part and parcel of the procession to join the casket until
it arrives back here on the 26th.
Exactly.
On 26th.
Yes.
Indeed, level of commitment there from the Namibian Defense Force. I think it's only befitting that we send off the former head of state.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, to accord him with all the military respect that he deserves and receives. Now, we talked about that. Obviously, in terms of the program, it's going to be filled with the fact that the keynote speaker is a chief Mona representative that's in Etunda, that is Excellency Dr. Ntumona Nindaitwa, who we understand, as you indicated, is representing the head of state, who will not be able to attend these regional memorials, but instead, obviously, also again possibly leading proceedings for the official memorial that will be in the capital, and also the burial, which I'm sure that you will definitely be delivering the keynote address on behalf of the Namibian people, and saying farewell to an icon such as Dr. Sam Nujoma. So, I mean, you indicated that the gun carriage will go along with the casket, but then it will be transported different, using other vehicles, mode of transport, and not the one that was being used in Windhoek.
Yes.
Why is that the case, that the same one that is being used in Windhoek is not the same one that we would want to see in the regions?
These are different equipment that we've deployed to all the regions. The RG-32 that is the armed personal carrier that we've used during the funeral of late President Hage Geingob. This time around, since now we have memorial services across the country, there is a need to have other type of vehicles in the regions to pull the gun carriage. So those vehicles are already on the ground. In each region, there should be that specific vehicle to pull the gun carriage. So remember that from Ondangwa to Rundu, it's a matter of 2 hours flight from Ondangwa to Rundu. So there should be a vehicle already on standby, waiting for the gun carriage, because you just load the gun carriage, and offload it, and then load the casket on the gun carriage, and then pull it with an RG32 vehicle. Yes. So it's just a matter of planning again that plays a role, considering the time frame of the flight. If you say these vehicles have to drive, they will not catch up. By the time you reach Ondangwa, this vehicle is still in Tsumeb, and the procession have to start. So that's why planning is very, very important. Yeah.
Now, again, I want to go back to the other aspect that you mentioned, especially when you're talking about you require a logistician when, ensuring that the cargo is well placed, that the manifest that is on the plane is well handled. Is this the same thing that applies to what you call the MKKKO as well as the RG32? Is it anybody that can be able to drive this armored vehicle, or are there specific individuals who are qualified that should be steering these vehicles?
These are special drivers. They are trained to handle these specific vehicles. That's why even now, during this recruitment of the Namibian Defence Force, we were looking for specific drivers with specific driving licenses. So you need somebody who's experienced, who need to understand the mechanical part of the vehicle, the operational part of the vehicle, the terrain that vehicle can handle. So we get ordinary drivers, but when they come into the system, we need to train them for combat driving. So they have to undergo a combat driving courses, and it can last between 3 to 6 months, because we want somebody not to mishandle
or to panic under pressure.
Yes, because this type of assets and equipment are very, very expensive. Even to maintain them are very expensive. So you need somebody who really understands. And then you don't want a driver coming there and he gets stuck, because yes, you have a driving license, but can you handle this type of vehicles? They are different from ordinary vehicles that we have in the public. Yes.
Okay. Now, can we get to go back to the airport and see if there has been some progress? And also we're hoping to speak later to our colleague Emil Sabeb, who is also at the airport, specifically at the tarmac. Welcome back as we continue with our coverage of those funeral processions taking the remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, whose remains will be airlifted to Andiba Toivo Airport in Ondangwa momentarily from the Hosea Kutako International Airport. Now, Colonel, we saw the presidential Falcon jet, that's a 900B. We're seeing that we are told that the Prime Minister as well as President Hifikepunye Pohamba are due to board the Falcon, obviously in transit to also to go attend the regional memorial. We know that the former President, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, is on the program at Tunda today to pay tribute to his fallen comrade, and also the fact that he is the immediate successor, both at the SWAPO party level and as well as the head of state level, as well as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to Dr. Sam Nujoma. And we saw that, he couldn't help but shed a tear at a private residence, so it must be a heavy occasion for him.
Remember, he was very, very close to the president. Before independence and even after independence, he was one of the most trusted cadre by the president, in charge at one point, I think, for the finance of the party. And he was very, very stingy with those resources. He was responsible for those resources. So it's not easy. It's not easy at all to handle. It happens even to us in families when you have very close somebody within your family and that person is no more. You will be really hurt and disappointed. So yes, he just boarded the Falcon and with other dignitaries, and they are also about to leave. The information that came now in from the Y9E aircraft is that they've finished to board, and there are 59 passengers, and they're about to take off. So any time from now on, we expect the engine to start running, and then we'll see that they take off and get to Andiba Toivo Airport, where now the procession is also to kick off immediately upon their arrival. We are a little bit behind. It's already 11 o'clock. Yes, but it's the preparation, part of it.
Preparations.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, definitely, you always don't plan to, but if you don't plan, you fail. But obviously, when you plan, you also see possibility of some eventualities that might delay.
Yes.
But that doesn't necessarily, obviously, set you off course. But nonetheless, you hope that you definitely make up for the time. You started well on the time, but I'm sure as time proceeds, that will also ensure that perhaps maybe those that are in the lead of these activities will also ensure that we catch up. Now, we indicated that there are 59 passengers on board. That's inclusive of the senior leadership of the armed forces that are traveling. Also understood that you had indicated that there were some family members who are accompanying the casket at all times, and then also perhaps some other support personnel that are coming from the Air Force and the Army in general, just to ensure that everything perhaps will go as planned.
Exactly. The number, it's a very big number. You see, I told you that this aircraft can carry a big number, plus the casket, plus the gun carriage. But it does not say that that is the maximum. In a normal operation, that aircraft can load up to 2 Land Cruisers, plus the manpower again of about 80 men and women in uniform. So you can deploy anyway at any time. Yeah.
So it's able to do reconnaissance, it's able to drop off, restock again, drop off again.
Exactly. So that's why you need an aircraft of that type, of that size. Yes, because it also depends on the population of the country. Yeah, so that you look at your needs as a defense force or as a country to say, okay, at this time we need this type of equipment or this type of an asset. Yeah.
Okay. So we are seeing there on the tarmac, the plane is ready. That is a Y9E. That is under the registration NAF 1962. We did indicate that the NAF represents the Namibian Air Force, and that 1962 represents the birth year of the first Air Force commander, who also happens to be the incumbent chief of the Namibian Defense Force right now, who is a chief military monarch and who has been granted permission by the chief monarch, who is the commander-in-chief, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba to ensure that the caskets with the remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma are taken to all the various specific 7 regions for those regional memorials, and everything should go as planned, and that he is being held to task again to ensure that these remains come back again on the 26th of February here in the capital from Cape Swap Airport, to ensure that we proceed with the street processions happening in Windhoek, and then eventually that is goes all the way to the Parliament Garden and the Independence Stadium before, of course, setting ourselves, that is for the 1st of March 2025, that is for the official state funeral of Dr. Sam Nujoma. So in moments like this, when the airplane is closed, engine starts running, what normally goes through the minds of the pilots or the personnel? Or are they waiting simply just for instructions or commands from the air control? What normally happens in these moments?
They'll get permission to taxiing to the runway, and then get a green light from the air traffic controller that take off, and then they take off immediately.
Take off immediately.
Yeah. So they are just busy now, maybe just preparing now inside part of it. Maybe if we cross over to Hosea Kutako International Airport, we might find that the doors are closed already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we get to cross over to see perhaps what is happening in terms whether or not those doors have closed of the aircraft, and if there are any movements, so that we can be able to capture those visuals and share with you as the airlifting commences. We hope to have some visuals, and we'll be crossing over to the airport. Welcome back. As you're seeing there, the plane is getting ready to, before it gets to taxiing and eventually get those instructions before it takes off. Colonel, we see that all 4 engines are running, so that, we are used to, you get into airplane, we fly in Namibia, and then, immediately, then it goes off. But this one, it starts engine by engine to see everything is working. And I also saw that you were explaining that should one engine not be able to work, the other one can still be able to fly the plane.
Yes, military planes are manufactured in a way that it fits the operation of the military. So it's not a commercial aircraft. So that's why it has 4 engines. Yes, you put it right to say that if one engine fails while you are on the flight, the other 3 engines can still operate. 2 engines can also operate. Yes, that's why it's manufactured in a sense that it will be able to handle any type of situation that it finds in itself. Yeah, so it's not a commercial way you get in, immediately you take off. No, it warm up, and there are also some technical instruments that you need to confirm whether they are functioning, whether everything is ready, and then you start to taxiing and then take off. Yes.
What we also understanding, Colonel, is that another military aircraft has already left from the airport. Can you give us some detail on that?
Yes, the other aircraft has left with Air Force Commander, Air Vice Marshal Theophilus Shahinde, And by now they should be able to be arriving in Ondangwa already. So it took off with other members of the Defense Force and also other public members, very, very few of them. Yeah, so by this time it should be approaching already Ondangwa.
So they are the advanced party?
They are advanced party.
Okay.
They left already.
Okay, so
yes.
we're also seeing that looks like the YE, that is the Y9E will be the first one to leave ahead of the Falcon, and the Falcon will be following shortly.
Yeah, the Falcon will be following shortly, but expect the Falcon to arrive also first because it's faster.
It's faster?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the Falcon 900B. That's also used, that is for presidential flight and other government dignitaries when they travel. Now, we did also see, in terms of, if you want to follow up our engagements at NBC Digital, that's on Facebook, you'll be able to see that our reporter Gordon Joseph there has loaded a story of where there are thousands of Namibians who are waiting at the Ondangwa. In Ondangwa, that's at the Andiba Toivo Airport there. They are waiting for the remains to arrive, as well as Ndapanda Shuya, who had an opportunity at the Tunda to speak to Commissioner Ismail Basson, saying that the police is ready to be deployed for the regional memorial services. Also seeing some visuals additionally from Ndapanda Shuya there in terms of preparations and setup for the memorial, where that is Vice President Dr. Netumwana Ndaitwah and President-elect and representative for the Chief Mona is expected to lead in terms of the key tributes to the regional memorial that will be hosted at the Tunda in the Umsati region, specifically focusing for the inhabitants of Umsati and also the inhabitants of Kunene, but all Namibians from all walks of life are expected to be there. Again, Colonel, as we begin to wrap up and seeing that, before another team takes over, as we move along the day, just to say, once the plane takes off, again, when it lands in Ondangwa, just a brief maybe to say what is expected, what will happen before the procession continues.
Once the plane has arrived at Ondangwa, a silent guard, quarter guard, is waiting for the arrival of the casket. And then immediately, the gun carriage will be first offloaded, and then it's been hooked on the RG-32 APC, and then they load the casket on the gun carriage, and then the procession will immediately kick off from Andiba Tewa Airport to Etunda. And looking at the time, we are a little bit behind from taking off and also to land. So everything has been a little bit shifted, yeah, because we are behind time.
So even if those things have been shifted, the goalpost still remains the same to ensure that the regional memorial happens today successfully and continues to take place.
Definitely it will happen today, as per plan.
As per plan.
Yeah.
Okay. We get to go back again to the airport to see if there is an update in terms of the tarmac, whether or not we've been able to have the plane taxiing or on the runway before it takes off, and see if there's an update at the airport.
So there you have it, live visuals there from the Hosea Kotako International Airport. As we saw there, Y9E taking off, transporting, that is the remains of the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. They are en route now, that is to the Ndangwa Airport, or rather the Toivo ya Toivo, Ndimba Toivo ya Toivo Airport, as we see.
Indeed, the Colonel has indicated earlier that we have approximately 59 passengers on board. And we are anticipating now that the fact that we have taken off at exactly around about 11:35, the Colonel has indicated that we anticipate arrival to be at around about at least 12:30 indeed. And we know that we are slightly behind time, but definitively I think we still perhaps can be able to catch up on time to ensure that the regional memorial services are able to kick off on time. So I take it from a military point of view, you are enjoying the slow pace in which the plane should take off. You know, perhaps us, we are civilians, we don't necessarily understand the meaning of these things. You anticipate that, you know, get on the engine starts and then boom. So what is the significance in the time where the engine starts running, taxiing, and before taking off? Taking off almost closely, approximately over 10 minutes.
Yeah, we are used in the military that our aircraft don't immediately take off. It takes time for instruments to warm up. It takes time for the technicians and the engineer in the aircraft, the pilots, to prepare the aircraft. We are never in a rush. And that's why we plan ahead and do the estimation. And that's why I presented those estimation of timing. Yeah, and that's what we have seen, that the aircraft have just left Hosea Kotako International Airport, and as you put it, we expect it to arrive after 1 hour at Ndangwa Airport, and then immediately the procession will start in Ndangwa.
Okay. Well, Colonel, I know it has been quite a long time in terms of discussing, you know, starting as early as just before 7 o'clock, and we're almost headed towards 12 o'clock. But definitely want to take the time to say simply thank you very much for making time, you know, to take us through the process, what it means, the convoy, the procession, the various elements involved in the whole process. And definitively, I know our colleagues who will be taking on the show later on will ensure obviously be engaging you as to explain what it means when the remains have arrived at the Andiba Toibo Airport, and what the silent guard would mean, what the procession will mean, and then also when the vigilance guard will take over, and so on and so on. But thank you very much for making time to join us over the last 3 hours.
Thank you very much, and I'll be at the disposal of the nation to serve this nation, and that's why we are soldiers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There you have it, Namibia. We also continue to serve. We have been bringing you the live official procession that started as early as 6 o'clock this morning, and we'll continue to do so throughout the course of the day. Lot and I will be leaving you, and we'll be back tomorrow bright and early from 6 o'clock on Good Morning Namibia once again. But we leave you in the very, very capable hands, that is of Ricardo Kwahose,
as well as Nina Kantananga, who will also be engaging Professor Kenneth Matengu from the University of Namibia, and having so much more discussions lined up.
So keep it tuned to NBC. Don't forget that we are live streaming as well. Thank you for staying with us.
And then the residents from surrounding areas, as we conclude, are gathered at the Andiba Toivo Airport at Ndangwa in the Oshana region, patiently waiting for the arrivals of the remains of the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, that is Dr. Sam Nujoma. Now, some of those that we spoke to commended Nujoma for his immense contribution to the liberation struggle of Namibia. They said Nujoma was determined to see Namibia independent and free from the yoke of colonial masters. Now, his vision was to better Namibia and its people, and his legacy will forever be remembered by present and future generations.
Collector, so his legacy shall always live on. We remember him for so many things that he has done for this nation. Yeah, he freed Namibians from oppressive colonial rule and pioneered national development in an independent Namibia. Education, I'm a teacher, and I'm proud to have started school immediately after independence, because there was equitable provision and access to education. So many things have happened during his era, roads, infrastructure, and so many other aspects of development. So I'm happy for him. So go well, dear Onkokoli. Thank you.
The late was a star. And you know what a star does? A star shines and gives light. He gave light to the population of Namibia by bringing the independence to us. We are so thankful. And I can't say, even if we give him 1,000,000 thanks, it won't make sense, because what he did is beyond our imagination. Imagination is beyond our imagination. All what I want to say is to wish him a peaceful rest after doing so much for this nation, and let God have a room for him in his, what can I say, in his big house.
Yes, we are waiting for the arrival of the founding father. We are here to give our last respect, knowing and thinking that we will